I forgot to push the button. Hi there, I'm Steve from Mac84. Welcome to another live stream video. What is this? No, I didn't make the intro song. It's by Jeremy Blake. I believe it's called Power Up. It's on the YouTube audio library. You guys can look it up. I should really put a link in the video description because I get asked that question at least once a stream. But anyway, how's everyone doing? We got a bunch of stuff here to try and fix today. And we're going to be doing just that, trying to fix stuff. Yeah, is that all right with everybody? Because that's what I'm doing. I am swamped with repairs. I say this a lot, but I am backlogged. So I am trying to get some things repaired. I have things that I have to mail back out to people. My apologies if I have not done that yet. I've just been extremely swamped and have not had the time to do those things. I work from home, but hey, I end up working way past 5 usually. So that's just how it is. But Ron, your board is right there. And this is the other one you sent me. So yeah, we'll don't worry. We'll see what we could do. But yeah, I have a lot of stuff prepared. I got an email from someone the other day saying, "Hey, I saw you're doing live streams again. Did you prepare my thing yet?" And the answer to that is, especially with this type of stuff, if you don't see it on the live stream, it has not been really looked at. You know, I might take it out, take photos of it, catalog it, put it in my ticketing system and whatnot, but yeah, not really have any deep work going on there. And they keep cleaning this stuff up. Having you put those duos away, that just tells you how far I'm behind. But yeah. Anyway, this is a productive stream. This is not a complaining stream. Hey, look, the Game & Watch gallery too. Put that away. I've been playing with some Nintendo Game Boys. Look at that. Beautiful green Game Boy Pocket. I've been playing with them. There is a video on my Patreon that shows exactly what I'm up to with that. The video export, the encoder on my Mac Pro, just like bleh. And yeah, so it's a little bit glitchy, that video. My apologies. I'm going to try and export it again, but each time I do, it no worky. So we'll try and figure that out. But the video is there as an early thing. I'll probably release it before Thanksgiving or something. But that is the power supply. It's not on the floor. There's a tower under it. These are towers. These are all towers. It's like a minefield walking around here. But anyway, the camera is calibrated not good, Jay. This is purely, obviously, green. These green, this yellow. Green, yellow. All right, this has been our color test for the day. Join me next time when we look at things that are fuzzy and things that are not fuzzy. All right, so where are we going with this? Reinstalling iMac G3 turns on when the back cover with the Apple logo is off. That's the short explanation. It turns on when it's off, when the cover is off. Okay. Not really sure why it would be doing that, but those iMacs, they call them the tray iMacs because the whole thing can come out as a tray, but it also has the tray loading optical disk drive. So maybe there's something loose in there. You might want to just make sure all the connections are good, download the service manual, and remove from case. Huh. I would just assume something is loose or something is touching something it shouldn't. That would be my guess. But clean and organized. One day, and then I'll win the lottery probably the same day as well. But we'll see what happens. All right, let's just move my windows around here so I can see exactly what I'm doing. And we're going to be working on quite a few things today. So I have a board that's come in that we're going to take a look at. This is the first time looking at it on the stream. And it is a Macintosh Classic board. Here it is, and let me make sure that I remember who this is from. This is from Javiar, not the Javier you may know, but a different Javier. This comes all the way from Spain. So this is an international board. Comes all the way from our friends in Spain. And yeah, so this is just a Classic 1 board. Interesting, there's no serial number that I can see on it, except there's an Assembled in Ireland sticker, which is pretty cool. Hey, Ron, thank you very much for the super chat there. Eep! Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. May your Black Friday marketplace pickups be everything you've dreamed they would be. My goodness. My goodness, I could tell you some stories. But anyway, yeah, here's a Classic 1 board, not the Classic 2 boards that we were looking at previously. And it looks to be in pretty good shape, except there's a lot of leaking capacitors all over here. Pretty nasty. I'm going to look up the notes from this. Oops, as I smashed my hand into the microscope. As I regale you with stories of my Black Friday as a youth. We used to go to the Staples by us. Well, it was like 15 minutes away. It was like the closest store that had like Black Friday deals and stuff like that. But thank you, Ron, and everyone have a good Thanksgiving if you're over here in the U.S. And if you're not, well, don't have a good Thanksgiving, but be sure to eat a lot of pie just in case. And so this Mac Classic board actually boots up, and they included the memory module for it as well. So this does boot, and hey, there he is. Hey, Javier, how's it going? So we have our client in the chat. Don't worry, we're going to be taking extra good care of this Mac, and it does boot up, which is good, but we want to remove all those nasty electrolytic capacitors from there. And so to do that, we are going to first review what capacitors we need. And there's a website for that, of course, and the website is, as you may have guessed it, Bruce's own Recap a Mac. And I'm going to attempt to pull that up screen here, maybe up where we're being slow today. So let's just do that. Maybe, come on, select the thing. I don't want Siri. There we go. And there we go. So that's what I wanted to show you guys. This is the Recap a Mac website, recapamac.com or recapamac.com.au. This is where I go for all my recapping resources. These guides are excellent. Bruce Rain of Brankus Creations creates them. He has an excellent YouTube channel as well, so be sure to subscribe to Brankus Creations, but you have to make sure you're subscribed to me first, because, yeah. So this board only has 8 capacitors on it. We have 7 47 microfarad 16 volt, and we have one 50 volt 1 microfarad capacitor on it. So this shouldn't be too difficult, but as you know, some of these things have a mind of their own. But it's nice to know that this board is supposedly in working shape. So we'll get it going, hopefully. So, all right. So the first thing to do is to remove off these old capacitors here, and we're going to switch to the microscope view. But before that, let's just switch to the microscope view and take a look around and see what's going on here. So let's make sure everything is nice and focused, because I want to show you some of the grime that's on here. And it's not any of the fault of the individual who sent it to me. This is just what happens with old computers. So there you go. So this... Oh, this is actually not a Mac Classic 2. How dare I screw up the exact model of these machines? How dare I? There we go. For some reason, I don't have a dislike button. Well, be sure to like the video anyway, Mighty Java. And I think that's the first time I'm seeing you on YouTube. I see you on Twitter, but thank you very much for stopping by. If I do have a chance, I will bring out the classic, the portable board. It's just in a pile of stuff, and I don't know if I'm going to get to it tonight, but I will be sure to check those values for you. So here are those 4 capacitors that sit right below the, I'm going to call it the main plug, because this is where the logic board plugs into the analog board and all the data is transmitted to the monitor and the speaker and all that fun stuff. And yeah, so we are seeing some loveliness here, and I'm being sarcastic. This is leaking electrolytic yum. Ooh, look at this. Let's zoom all the way in here. Get a nice close look at this. Because when people tell me, oh, I don't think the caps have leaked, this is usually what I see. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Not for a while. Ah, okay. Okay. I love your username, by the way. Ochubacha Otambuni. That was a very poor job of the Hut impression. But as the night goes on, maybe we'll get a little better. But, yeah. Bring me Captain Solo and the Wookiee. So, yeah, you can just see this thing has leaked all over the place. And it looks pretty darn nasty. So, yeah, you could just tell that this is going to need a clean. I'm surprised it still works. That means that hopefully none of the electrolytic goo has killed anything on this board. But we'll give it a good solid clean. And hopefully that will future-proof this for years to come. We do have a lot of nasty things all around here, but we'll make sure we can clean this up as best we can. So I'm going to just grab, I don't know what this is, but it's some piece of sludge or whatever. And apologies to any noises in the background. The bunnies are currently jumping over boxes and having fun. And I'm not going to ruin their fun time with my nonsense, so we'll just let them do what they do. Let's take a look at these other caps here. This is located by the sound chip and the reset and interrupt switches here. And, oof. Yeah, much the same here, unfortunately, so we just have a lot of leakage here. And, yeah. Looks like we have some green here, too. So you have a little bit of... Oh, yeah, just look at that. That just came right off. Oof. Yeah, this is going to need a good cleaning. And unfortunately, sometimes when you clean this stuff, the dirt and grime go where you don't want them to go. So we're just going to be careful and diligent while cleaning this up. I'm not seeing anything too terrible as far as corrosion or anything like that. It's just the board is very much a leaky mess, and that just happens when you have these capacitors and they leak. So, I mean, just goes to show you this one right here, and just like obliterated the pins on this chip just everywhere. So, and over here we're all fine. Everything looks beautiful. So, there you go. All right, so no, the bunnies are over there. They're in their pen. Please, if they were over here, I probably wouldn't be streaming right now because they would eat right through the Ethernet cable. Delicious, apparently. All right, so let's turn on our heat gun. If I could flip the switch, there we go. And I need a haircut, but what else is new? And so what we're going to do is we're going to put some flux around the existing capacitors here, just so when the heat gun heats up, that solder is melted, and the flux is going to help with that. And this will just make sure that this job is slightly easier for us. It's not going to make it really easy because that's just not the way this works, but it'll help us a little bit. If they fix it, that would be a miracle. So I'm going to put some of this Kapton tape. This is just heat-resistant tape. I'm going to put this in some places where the plastic is on the board and some other areas just to help things stay safe while we're shooting a lot of hot air onto the area of the board. And some people say, you know what, I just twist the caps off and I've never had a problem. And you know what, if that works for you, I say more power to you. However, personally, I am not going to do that to a client's board. I think it puts unnecessary stress on the weak pads and the capacitor legs and all that stuff, and it could be damaging. Now, I'm not saying there's not people who have done it thousands of times and never had an issue. I'm just saying that's not what I do, and I prefer to use a heat gun. If something is really stubborn, we'll figure it out from there, but I usually like to try and use hot air to do that, and to each their own. But everyone can do things the way they want, as long as it's not my machine. I think, yeah, the first Macintosh I recapped, I twisted the caps off because I had no idea what I was doing. And, yeah, caused myself a big mess. And I did that also with the laser active Sega pack for a very rare laser active Laserdisc player. And I thought to myself, you know what, I'm going to send this to somebody to repair. And they scammed me and held on to it and took my money. So, yeah. No worries. Watch the stream tomorrow. I will email you with spoilers if you want, or we'll let the stream do the talking, but I'll email you. Nobody's going to watch this whole thing. But thank you very much, Javiar, for stopping by, and hope we have some good news for you to see in your email in the morning. All right, now that Javier is gone, let's bring out the hammer. No, I'm just kidding. So let's bring out our hot air gun here, and might have to do this off the microscope. I did get the new tips for this that are tilted at an angle, but I didn't bring them down here, and yeah, that would have been very useful. But you know what? Sorry for the squeak. We're just gonna have to do here. Let me switch to the other camera here. It's kind of the best I could do at this point, as everything falls off the desk. Okay, all right, and we'll just do this for now. Where's the tweezers with the thingy? The thingy. Where? I just had the darn thing. What? The what? The ones with the curve. I just had them. I was holding them, Oh, that's curious. What's that all about? This is Steve misplaces his tool. Take one. There'll be plenty of this, I'm sure. What? How? Why? When? There they are. All right, let's do this. Three caps off the board so far. The camera. Oh. It would help if I hit the transition button in OBS, wouldn't it? Sorry, folks. Top quality YouTube thingamajig from the guy who does the thing. That's me, baby. Ooh, that one was extra smelly. Delicious. See if I could use some of this tape in here. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Be cheap and frugal. I'm going to put a piece of metal in front of there anyway, but helps a little bit. Okay, so 4 caps are off of the board. We're doing the last 4 now. Looking for the little metal thingamabobber or shim, whatever you want to call it. Sorry for the noise. That is the hot air gun heating up, and then when I place it back on the handle, it likes to cool down and sit for a while so things can return to normal temperatures. Thought I had all my thingies here because I was just doing this the other day. Unless I moved them because I'm an idiot. No, Steven, it's not you who are an idiot. It's the other people. They did this to you. Oh, I forgot to say hello to everybody in the chat. How rude of me. Hello, House of Moth. Hello, Backup Battery. Hello, Starbuck Tech. Hello, the Hello Neighbor Show. Hello, Bruce from Vegas Creations. Hello, Mighty Jabba's Collection. Hello, Starbuck Tech. Wait, I said hello to you already. Well, hello to all your kitties as well. And let's see who else is here. Pine Tech is here. Last Carbon is here. Apples Anonymous is here. And let's see. Bibazik 7. That's as close as I'm going to get. Javiar was here, then he had to go. Mike is here. Ron is here. And who else am I missing? Probably a bunch of people. And Magna99 UK and Zodium, who can't stick around very long, but he's dropping in to say hi and to absolutely destroy that like button along with Rob. And the camera's down here, so you didn't see me sing, which is good. Alright, where the heck is that metal thing? Here it is. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to put this here. And that's just going to sit right behind those caps and give them a wee bit of protection there from the heat that I'm about to blast right in their general direction. So Mark Andre is here, David is here. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Well, hello folks, thank you very much for joining. We're about to get the 4 remaining capacitors off of this logic board, and they've been a little stinky, and we'll just hope that these at least come off carefully, huh? All right, let's continue with this. That one was just about to pop and it decided not to. All right. I'm here for some very late night recap action until Boy 2 falls asleep. Well, good luck with that, and happy pre-Thanksgiving. Yes, I could taste the pies from here. All right, so all those caps have been removed. Sorry about the weird angle before, but that was the best way to show things here. So let's take a look at where those caps were. My goodness, here you can see how leaky everything was. Let's take this tape off. And that connector is just beautiful. No melting or anything because we protected it as we removed some stuff. I had screwed up my eyepieces here when I bumped the microscope, so let's just fix that. There we go. And this piece of wood is wobbly. I don't know if there's a piece of metal under it or something, but it's just slightly wobbly and it's driving me crazy, but whatever, we'll deal. So babies do like the noise of white of the white noise of hot air stations. Yes, they do. Classic 2 that I have for my needs is pretty ideal. Excuse me, but yeah, I mean the Classic 2 is a budget machine. I don't think Apple even thought for a second of improving anything on it. They were just like, yeah, let's do the thing, and there we go, it's Mac, yeah, sell it. Yeah, I pretty much think that that's where their mindset was at this point. So let's clean up this area just a little bit. Oh my goodness, that Q-tip turned black instantly. Instantly. And thank you very much to Jay from the House of Moth for donating some cotton swabs to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to clean all the gunk off of these boards. So thank you very, very much, Jay. Very greatly appreciated for your support to the channel. If you have not subscribed to Jay, well, although you missed the 1,000 subscriber milestone, you can be there for the next one. Subscribe to the House of Moth. He is right here in the chat. You can just search for him on YouTube, and you'll come across his channel. My goodness, this is disgusting. Where's the trash bin? Oh, it's all the way over there. Ah. I need to empty this trash bin. It still has too much trash in it. but that's okay. That's okay. It seems like he's falling asleep. I will put that on my resume. Great at repairing old Macintosh computers and making children fall asleep. I will say that my nieces and nephews seem to have the opposite effect. Whenever I'm hanging out with them or babysitting them, they do not fall asleep. They just want to do this, they want to do that thing, they want to do this thing, they want to do that thing. But that's okay, they're kids. They're kids. And hello to any of them who may be watching this. I'm not sure. They may be. They know who they are. So we're not going to go too crazy cleaning this, but I'm sort of just doing it anyway. The ultrasonic cleaner will hopefully take care of most of this mess, but it is pretty disgusting. And you could just see the layer of the golden layer of capacitor fluid and juice just come right off as I'm doing this. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, this electrolyte stuff is pretty nasty and corrosive. I mean, here's a chip right here, and let's focus on this real quick. So let's see all this grime there? Now watch this. Coming right off. Look at that. Pretty remarkable before and after right there. And this stuff is corrosive. It's not good for the board. It's going to eat away at things. It's going to cause things to stop working. And it's not good. Not good at all. So when the people tell me, hey, I don't think the caps have started leaking yet, and they say, yeah, it's a classic, and I'm like, well, yeah, it leaked. You just don't see it yet. I'll see it. Don't worry. I'll see it. And that's not to discourage anybody from trying to fix these. It's not discouraging anybody from sending it to me to repair or anything. It's just the fact of the matter of the business that you're in. You know, it's very hard to see this stuff. I mean, this one was pretty clear. You could see the damage to it without a microscope. But, you know, some people are not going to look that clearly, or they don't know what to look for. They might just think it's dusty or whatever. But, yeah. Just same thing with leaking batteries. People might think, oh no, the battery inside my computer's fine. I gotta tell you, it's not if the battery's gonna leak, my friend, it's when. I don't care what type of battery it is or what age of the computer it is. I don't care if it's a Mac Classic or an iMac G3. That battery's gonna leak. That's just that's just the fact. I mean, it's unfortunate, it sucks. I don't like having to worry about replacing batteries, so I just rip them out. You know what the worst thing that happens? It doesn't retain your clock settings and some of the little PRAM settings. Oh no! I mean, thankfully you can get a new battery. You can pop that in, and you'll be all set for a while. You just have to remember that all batteries, no matter what manufacturer they are, what year they are, they will eventually have problems, so you just want to be vigilant with them. You don't want to put a battery in a machine and put it in storage and forget about it for a few years. If you're going to store a machine, you want to take the battery out. If you're going to put it in your attic, you want to take the battery out. If you want to put it in your basement, you want to take the battery out. If you're not going to use the machine, you want to take the battery out. Not going to harm it, and it's going to save it. Because I'll tell you, I don't care how many layers a board has. If it's more than 2, and the battery goes kablamo, well, the difficulty and the chance of that board being saved, well, it just fluctuated greatly. And so, yeah, I mean, I've talked to a few people who are like, no, yeah, it's fine. I'm like, trust me, I've seen some stuff. Thankfully, only a few of my personal boards have had battery issues. One was a Performa 475, so basically a Quadra 605, and the battery went kablamo, and it was pretty nasty. I'll have to find that board, see if I could fix it. It's in a pile somewhere, but I think it's pretty much a goner, just a parts board. And hey, I could always use parts boards, but if your idea is to have your computer working, you know. No. So you want to make sure the capacitors have been neutralized. You want to make sure the old batteries have been removed. And you want to make sure that we have some trace fun that we're going to look at here. And you want to just make sure that these machines are stored in a proper way. That'll make them live on for years to come, hopefully. And that's the end of my little rant. But no worries. Thank you very much for stopping by. Take care. But you're a big kid at heart. Oh boy. I'm missing some of the chat. Let me scroll back up here. Sorry about that. Just trying to catch up. The leftmost cable seems to be getting undone. I believe that's a power supply cable. The small one to the left of it. Oh, that's the audio cable. Hey, Sean, how's it going? No, so any machine that has a button cell or a coin battery, you're going to have less of a problems with. I'm simply referring to batteries that are of the 3.6 volt lithium varieties, and their counterparts like in Amigas and other machines that I don't own. But as a general rule of thumb, you just want to be careful and understand which battery your machine has, so you don't run into any surprises of the unfortunate type in the future. Especially when it comes to vintage Macs. That's mainly where my rant was going on here. But Sean, how goes the move? How's everything? How many CRTs have you lifted? There's nothing like a move that makes you realize, wow, I have a lot of crap. And the second question comes into mind, why do I have all this crap? And then the third question comes into mind, what am I going to do with all this crap? And then the fourth question comes to mind, how am I going to hide all this crap from my significant other? I might have had a bit of experience in that area. Love you, honey. She doesn't watch this, don't worry. She has better things to do with her life. Doesn't have to be perfect, but if we're going to be working on this, might as well clean it a little bit. Slowly filling up a news basement with tons of glorious, wonderful garbage. Well said. Well said. Wish you the best of luck moving, sir. And I wish your back to be swift in its recovery. Even got some capacitor goo on the plastic switches here. I'm not going to be able to reach that with the little Q-tip here unless I rip it. Let's see if I can do that. Yeah, it's some nasty garbage. Not even putting any pressure on it, and those traces are like, bye. So yeah, there's a lot of cleaning to be done on this board. And hopefully we'll get this thing going again in no time. So, throw those Q-tips away. Exactly. If the machine does not need a battery to boot, remove it. And Colin agrees, so I'm glad I'm in good company. Hey, Colin. How you doing? Hope you're having a good night. Hope everyone's having a good night. So this is a Classic 1 board for those of you guys just tuning in. I had to solder ball on this Q-tip, and it just detached itself. So we removed all the caps on the board. This one was particularly dirty, so I'm just going around with some alcohol there it is. Some alcohol and a Q-tip here, and solder ball flew away again. There it is. Right, let's remove the Q-tip from the board now, because I think we got most of it. So, all right, so we're going to put this to the side here, and we're going to put our brand new capacitors on the board. Oh boy. Okay, just catching up about the iMac G3 that you were talking about. You'll be back later. Same error, not turning on definitely the cable. All right, well, let us know how that turns out. Hopefully it's just something loose that needs to be secured. All right, so we need 8 total capacitors. That's 747 microfarad, 16 volt. And then we need one microfarad, 50 volt capacitor. So I'm just getting those out now. Again, hopefully everyone's doing well tonight. Yeah, the traces seem generally okay. I did see one that looks a little suspect. We're going to take a look at that in a moment, just to make sure that nothing needs to be fixed. But generally speaking, at first glance, they seem to be okay, which is good. One less thing to worry about. So we need 7 of these. Now, I do have a bag of like 200 of these caps. I need to find that soon because I'm running low on these. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1. There we go. Hey, Tom Computing, it's been a while. Glad to know that your PowerBook 5300 is in working order. Those are some fun machines, I tell you. Alright, so now we just need 1 microfarad, one of the 1 microfarad 50 volt capacitor. I believe that's in this little bin here. Nope, that's 6 volt 100. That's 6 volt 100. Another 6 volt 100. What did I open? The 6 volt 100 drawer? That's not it. Must be in this other one here. Let's put this down so I get a decent look at the other bag. Make sure we have the right components here. I just had them the other day, so they must be around here somewhere. I think this is them. Yeah, we got a whole bag of them. Yay! So we just need 1 of these, so this will last me hopefully a long time. Put that back in the bag. Put that back in this plastic doohickey. And put that back in this little Harbor Freight discount tote holder, whatever the heck it is. I looked at it and said, I could shove a lot of capacitors in that. And that's exactly what I did. Okay, so we have our 8 capacitors that we put back on the board. Now this board was working when our friend Javier sent it to us. So we have to make sure that we make it just as good, if not better. Now I do see some solder balls here. We were blowing quite a bit of heat here. Well, it actually seems to be part of the little point there. So I apologize for this going in and out of focus. For some reason, my little board, the piece of wood here that's on my desk, between the desk and the microscope, to make sure this desk doesn't get all the scratched out of it. It's a bit wobbly today. I don't know why. Alright, so let's take a look at some of these traces. Some of them don't look too bad. I don't know if that's a break or not. Probably not. It's probably just a flesh wound at the surface here. Do you see a bit of green there? Just on the surface. Negative. Didn't go in. Just impacted on the surface. But you want to make sure you scrape all of that away, because that can cause issues down the road. And of course, if you're sending me a board to look at, that is something that I will address and try and clean up. So just taking a look around these traces. Again, a lot of nasty electrolytic goo between some of these pins here. But that should all clean up very nicely once we're in the ultrasonic cleaner, thankfully. Just zoom out a bit so I get a better look overall at how these traces are doing. The Ghostbusters theme stuck in my head. Well, the music from Ghostbusters, not the theme per se, but the. I am bad. I can't hold a tune. All right, so gonna look in the normal places for trace damage, and that is by where all the capacitors have leaked. And surprisingly enough, not really seeing much. I mean, this board had a lot of dirt and grime on it, but I'm not really seeing a lot of damaged traces. There's little spaces here and there that, you know, look a little suspect, but everything seems to be making a connection. It's pretty deep there. But that should be okay. Yeah, everything looks to be alright, which is a relief. Less work for us. So that's good. Hey, Retrotechy, how's it going? Hey, Justin, I saw you were on Twitch earlier or something like that, or did my eyes deceive me? Am I just being a dork? Please correct me if I'm wrong. I thought I saw you on the interwebs doing something cool before while I was making my dinner or lunch, whenever it was. Time is a concept. It's a thing. Yeah, so generally speaking, these traces look good. I'm just looking very carefully over the areas where I would be putting a capacitor over. Before I do that, I want to make sure anything that is under there is not going to be any problem to us. Everything looks okay. So what I'm going to be doing is just heating up my soldering iron. I'm going to touch up some of those pads before we put any new caps on there. I was trying YouTube, trying to finish my Xbox. XO Xbox or whatever. Oh boy, pretty garbage sound lately, but things will get better. Recap away. Yes, recap away. It's a Steve stream. I hope it is. Alex, how's it going? I hope everyone is doing well today. It's a Tuesday. In the US, hopefully you have at least one day coming up off. I have two, thankfully. So I will be off on Thursday, stuffing my face, and then Friday is the recovery from stuffing my face mode. So that is what's going on here. I have so many pies, I can't even pie anymore. He's had too many pies, Captain. He cannot pie anymore. Who's he talking to? I don't know at this point. The rabbits, maybe? Alright, so we're just going to touch up these pads here with some fresh solder, and it seems counterproductive to put fresh solder on some of these things, but you know what? I want to make this all nice and pretty and clean, and that's one way you could do that. You could just put down a little dab of flux here. I mean, these pads really don't look bad at all. I could surely just leave them there, but we have plenty of flux and solder to go around, so might as well just touch them up a little bit. Any of that grime or gunk that was left over there by the solder and the old capacitors, we want to make sure that is removed and dealt with. Hey Frederick, how's it going? I need to get a piece of wood that is not as tall, because sometimes just between where the microscope is and the soldering iron, it's hard to fit things there. So let me just clean up these pads and I'll read the chat here. And I'm just really hovering the iron over there loosely. I'm not making too much contact. That one was pretty darn dirty there. And you can see some of these are dirtier than others. Just hovering the iron over. This one I'm actually going to touch a little bit because it's not a dirt and grime. And we'll wick that all away and clean that all up. I'm about to fire Streamland, so I'm not going to stream to Twitch for a while. Streamlabs. I thought you meant StreamYard. StreamYard is what we use. It's a paid thing, but yeah, there was some drama with them, and oof, not fun. But tired, old, and cranky. That's my motto. Ended up destroying it further than intentionally anyone know. Often linear regulators fail outputting too high voltage? That sounds like fun. I have absolutely no idea. Spent the day trying to reassemble a very flimsy plastic case of my Vectrus. Struggle more than most things, but the cartridge pots is working good as new. Excellent, Rob. That's really cool. The Vectrus are really neat. I would love to play around with one of those one day. I saw one at one of the VCF shows. That was cool. It was very cool. But they're a bit pricey because they're hard to find, and I understand that. But I need another, console or something to collect. Like I need a hole in the head. So, and my wife would agree. So I think I'll just pass. Yeah, there was some gunk around there. Nothing too terrible. Just gonna clean up these as well. Okay, excellent. Alright, so it's time to put some new capacitors on here as we almost drop the new capacitors off of the side of the table. Did I lose that little 50 microfarad one already? I hope not. You had one job, Steven. No, there it is. Sorry for the squeak. Sorry again for the squeak. Squeak, squeak, I'm a squeaker. Hey, Adam. How's it going? Well, you didn't miss much. We took some caps off of this Classic 1 board. Very, very nasty, disgusting board. However, according to the previous owner, it booted just fine. So we're just going to put some caps on here, pop it in the ultrasonic cleaner, and hopefully that's all it takes. It's always a fun angle and a fun spot because there's a wee bit of plastic in the way by these interrupt and reset buttons, so we'll try our best here. See how sturdy my hands feel like being today? The answer is not too sturdy. Oh, come on. What is oh. See, the tweet, I have to move this microscope. I can't even hold the tweezers without hitting the top of this microscope. So let's zoom out here. You guys don't need to be all the way zoomed in here. Just so we can barely focus. There, that's fine. I'm not slamming my fingers into the top of the microscope, which is not going to help anybody. Not anybody. Alright, that one's fine. Let's try and do this at a less ridiculous angle here. And again, sorry if things are slightly out of focus. This piece of wood that is on my desk is wobbly today, for whatever reason. So 2 caps down, we have 6 to go. We be fast and they be slow. Alright, let's see how the chat is going here. So I've been busy. Hey DJ Craze, how's it going? Scam baiters. Oh boy. PS2 console from vendor last Friday for $10. You'll see a bunch of those. I saw that, Adam. That was really cool, fixing that joystick. I have one where, I don't know if it works or not. It definitely doesn't sound like it works. It's like, you know, all that fun, crunchy business. But hey, maybe it does, and I'm just an idiot. Speaking of idiots, I forgot to put a flux on here, so boop and boop. There you go. Just want to make sure that's getting a good connection, and it is. So let's move on to the accompanying capacitor right above it. And the stripes on the capacitor signify where the positive is. Just on the tantalums, though. If you're on electrolytics, it's the opposite. It depends on what type of capacitor you are using, so you want to just not take my word for it. You want to look it up, etc. But yeah, just a general rule of thumb. There's a way to put them on, unless it's a non-polarized one. Then it doesn't matter. Alright, so we're already down to the last 4 caps on the board because this is a classic one, and it is fairly straightforward, assuming everything wants to work correctly, and assuming I could see where I'm going. There we are. Vendor originally wanted $25. Yeah, I'm still of the mindset that there's billions of those consoles out there. I mean, it was one of Sony's, if not Sony's, most popular console. There's many iterations of it. The fat one, the slimmer one, etc. So, yeah. But yeah, I understand. You're looking for it. You pass it up, you're like, well, then next time, if you see it, you grab it. That's, it's funny though. Like, sometimes you're looking for something for so long, then when you finally see it, you're like, I don't know if I want it anymore. I was looking for the longest time for this very peculiar joystick, and it had 2 joysticks, like a left and a right joystick, and a throttle and all this stuff, and I thought it was so cool. I was thinking I could play dumb games like Unreal Tournament with it, which would be absolutely abysmal. You want to use a mouse in that, but I was just thinking of stupid things to do with it, because that's what you do when you're a kid. You think, hey, this will be cool, and then you don't think it through. But yeah, I saw that in magazines for ages. Put it on a birthday list when I was a kid and all this stuff. Never got it. Years later, I was at a flea market. I think the guy wanted maybe $5 for it, and I didn't get it. And if I did get it, it would probably just be sitting in a bin in my basement doing absolutely nothing right now. But, you know what? Back in the day, I would have looked at it and I said, oh, that would be awesome to have. And yeah, it's probably still going to be awesome to have, but I don't have a use for it right now, so it would just be sitting around collecting dust. But some of this stuff does get harder to find. I mean, just 10 years ago, my goodness, you could get a bunch of Apple and Macintosh stuff dirt cheap prices, especially stuff like, iBooks or parts of old PowerBooks and the like, and now that stuff is certainly a little bit more expensive these days, and half of that is to people just being bored and saying, well, I'd like to play around with that again. I don't have mine anymore. Let me buy it, and I have money to spend, so I don't care how much I pay for it. And the other half of that is people just being greedy and being like, well, I have a boatload of these, but I want top dollar, and I'm going to put it on eBay for $1 billion, and artificially drive prices up and make people upset. But that's just how the world works. That's why I built ApplePriceGuide.com. I have not updated it since I built it, because I've been busy, as a lot of other people have been. But the goal of that site is to eventually have a fairly complete database of vintage Apple prices, so people are aware of how much to pay for these things, the caveats involved of, buying one of these old machines, so on and so forth. Is this your board? No, this is Javier's board. Not the Javier you may be thinking of, but a Javier. This board came all the way from Spain. And look at that. It looks like it is good to go. So I'm going to turn... let's clean it off a little bit here. The world's best-selling console ever. That it is. I mean, the PlayStation 2, my goodness, we got one fairly soon after launch. My brothers had saved up some birthday, Christmas, whatever money. And they got it. We were actually on vacation locally. It wasn't like we were hours away. We were on vacation when they got it. And... there weren't a lot of launch game titles, I think, that appealed to them, so we got X-Force, I think it was. Some, on-rails shooter type game or something. I forget what it was. Some spy cop game shooter thingy. I think we traded in it a few years later. Probably dirt cheap these days. I found the memory card for it. But it was just one of those things like, oh my goodness, the new thingamajig, you know. I love video games, don't get me wrong. I have absolutely little time for them these days. It makes me sad. So if I hop into Animal Crossing once a month and do something, that's like an achievement for me. But yeah, I mean, priorities change. I live stream a lot, so that takes a lot of my time, and there's only so many hours in the day. You will you come to learn that. There's only so many hours a day, so you got to pick what you want to do lightly. Carefully, lightly. Why did I say lightly? Words are hard. Thinking is hard. Doing things is hard. Alright, so let's just dry this up a little bit. Hey Steve, or chat room, I just got lucky and got a cosmetically pristine Pismo PowerBook G3, but I need a power adapter. Can you tell me which it takes? The yo-yo adapter. Yes, I can tell you. Yes, it will take the yo-yo adapter. The yo-yo adapter is the adapter that shipped with some of the PowerBook G3s and the iBook G3 clamshell. It does not fit the barrel of the iBook G3 White or Snow White or G4 White Snow White books. PowerBooks, iBooks, whatever. But it will fit the PowerBook G3. Now, they did make plenty of other 45-watt power adapters. The only reason I would suggest not going with the yo-yo is because the yo-yo has a tendency to fray. The wire that they used in the original revision of that is quite thin. And there was actually a recall for it, and if you sent in your yo-yo adapter, you would actually get the PowerBook G3 adapter that was sort of like a rectangle. A lot of the PowerBook, I think it's the 3400 and the 2400, no, the 2400, well, it has the same barrel. Has the same similar size 45-watt adapter. Yes, the yo-yo adapter, later revisions did come with the smaller barrel. I actually have one, it's broken, but I picked one up just, it was like a buck or something, just because I'm like, oh, I didn't have one with the smaller barrel. But yeah, the most common one you'll run into, because all my years of collecting, I only ran into one of those for the later G4 ones. But the yo-yo shipped, was the yo-yo what it shipped with? It depends on the PowerBook revision. I don't know them off the top of my head, and depends on when that recall was, because I think they actually had a recall for the PowerBooks as well. But it doesn't really matter. Any 45-watt PowerBook adapter with the right barrel plug will fit into that. If you do some searches, you'll see some comparisons between the larger barrel and the smaller barrel, like on this PowerBook adapter. This square one, this is the smaller variety. That will not fit a G3 PowerBook or a clamshell G3 iBook. So hopefully that helps. What's worse is I want a shirt with a graphic of a bull on it, and then I would call it my bull shirt. Ha! Yeah, the yo-yo is great. Just make sure it works, because if it doesn't, that's going to be a pain in the butt. Alright, so enough with the microscope. Let's go back to... Why is my mouse not working? There we go. Squeak! Squeak! Let's turn the soldering iron off. Hopefully this board will just work fine for us, because that would be nice. You should do that, Adam. That sounds like good live stream material. Alright, so I have a Macintosh Classic 2 case, chassis, whatever you want to call it. I have it, and it's right here. And my poor Mackie fell all the way to the ground. Sorry, Mackie. Kate's gonna be mad at me. Mackie abuse. Mackie abuse. Cool shirt. Well, thank you. It's a very festive, summery shirt. And it's the middle of winter here. Well, not the middle of winter. It's the start of winter. And it's cold out. But anyway, I'm wearing it. Okay, so we need a keyboard and a mouse. And that's right over here. Yoink. So it's time to test this out. I have my water bottle down here. I don't know where I put it. I'm getting thirsty. A bit parched. Now what's nice about the Classic 1 is it does have ROM built in, which makes it easier to boot and test these things. You only have 6 SEs left. Well, good on you for selling one. Sorry for the squeakiness of this bubble wrap here. Our client Javiar has also sent us the memory board. Did a good job of wrapping it too. My goodness, sorry about that. Sent me the memory board for his Classic 2, the Classic rather. And it's fully populated. There you go. So this has plenty of memory on it. We're going to put that right in here and test that out with everything. So we have our keyboard, we have our mouse. We do not need anything else except the power plug. Place your bets, folks. Will this work? Let's double check our work first, of course. Positive, 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 positive. Yes, all the caps are facing the right way. Let's turn this sucker on. 3, 2, 1. Hey, look at that. Chimed at the first test. We're holding down Command Option XO. Might have done it a little bit late. Let's see if this will boot up. If not, we'll turn it around, turn it off rather, and try again. But not too surprising because it did work before the recapping, and it was in pretty good shape. There's just a lot of gunk on there. A balmy 54 degrees. Oh boy. There we go. Look at that. Booting right up. Excellent. You'll love to see it, folks. Alright, and let's see if it recognizes the full amount of memory. And look at that. All 4 megabytes are accounted for. 1 megabyte on the motherboard, 1 megabyte on the memory expansion module, and 2 more megabytes installed on that module. So there we go. Javiar, your Macintosh Classic is in good working order. We're going to shut this down. And we're going to have it go through the ultrasonic cleaner. And then we're going to run it through the tests after that has occurred. And there you go. But, hey, how long was that? I think that's a record for me. That was just about an hour. My goodness. So how about that? Probably less than an hour with all of our bantering and such removed. So let's wrap everything back up here, and we will put this in the box it came with, so I do not get this confused with other machines. And we will have this cleaned and sent back in a timely manner. Obviously with the holiday and such, that will probably be next week. But yeah, there we go. Excellent. Move this back over here. Ah. Alright, what else are we going to do now? I didn't plan for that to be so successful so quick. But in all honesty, it did look pretty nasty. But since it worked previously, I was hopeful that all it needed was a good clean and some new caps on it. Alright, so let me just stand up real quick to stretch my legs, because my goodness. There we go. That feels a lot better. Okay. Okay, 29 degrees here. 84. Oof. Time to show us the cube room. Ha! Ha! I hope I'm plowing through this backlog. There's quite a lot to do. Quite a lot. Oh, Jay. If I had the hardware set up and ready to go, maybe. But that's the type of thing I want to do a scripted video about. Everyone's asking, ooh, what are you referring to, Steve? And that is something I'm not going to reveal at this time, although Jay may wish it to be. So we're back to Ron's board, because it's right on the desk here, and I'm a glutton for punishment. So this is Ron from Ron's Computer Videos. He sent me a logic board here of a Classic 2. And what I'm going to do here is going to put the microscope at an angle, and we're going to just see if there's anything that I missed before, because that's where we're up to here. Ron, yeah, that guy sucks. No, I think he's a good guy. He gets a bad rap, but he's a good guy. Hey, Joshua, how's it going? I'm in Boston for the holiday. It's chilly here. Brr. Brr. Hey, David, thank you very much for stopping by. Yes, Vintage Hillbilly Shack. I love the name, by the way. Yes, I will get back to you about the junkyard found stuff. The problem is shipping. It's going to be a heck of a lot of money to ship. And, I mean, although I could use those machines for parts, I don't know if they would clean up well. Like, if at all. But I will get back to you. I apologize. I'm just trying to work through a bunch of stuff here. Over the weekend is usually on Wednesdays. So I tell folks this all the time, but it's worth repeating. Usually on Wednesdays or over the weekend is when I usually go through my email. And usually I'm just flooded with stuff. And yeah, so I will get back to you. It is flagged in my email system. So apologies that if it's taking up room at your current location. But we will try doing the best we can. And I'm going to have to hold this up. Because it is... yeah. Yes, Joshua. Yeah, as soon as I work through my backlog, I will be happy to. You just snagged on eBay. Adam, might I ask you how much you found one for? Because last I was looking on eBay, they were very stupid expensive. And I mean, very stupid expensive. They wanted $50 just for the box of one. I'm like, no. No. All right. So I have to use this screen here to see what I'm looking at, because there's no way my eyes are going to look in there while we're fiddling this around with this at a weird angle. So. Yes, I have plenty of Ron's backlog to go through. Let go of about half of them. Well, I owe you an email, even if well, I'll see what we'll see what you're willing to get rid of. Maybe I'll pick up some things from you. Offered $40 and you took it. That's not bad. That's not bad. Now, we did take off a lot of chips. I will say my concern with this board was something memory related. Because when I slightly moved the board, it would boot up sometimes, and sometimes it wouldn't. So here's the reset and interrupt switches. Let's focus on the memory here. That looks okay. There might be cracked solder joints or something that I can't see without zooming in all the way. Steve owns Ron's computer video vintage Macs now. Rare! Steve Jobs! Look! Yeah, this is not really focusing. Come on, Steve. There we go. That's a little bit better. And those pins are touching where they're supposed to. Someone did suggest to take off these two chips by the ROM because they apparently control the memory. In the last chat that we had, and while I'm all for doing that, they look like they're fine, but I know looks can be deceiving. We could have some nasty goodness hiding right under that chip, and I would never know it. And this is gonna be awkward to have at this angle. Yeah, there we go. Looks okay to me. Guess I could test some traces and just make sure everything's poking at the right place and so on and so forth. But Joshua, I have one Ethernet card. The other Ethernet card I have is a BNC one. But I would strongly suggest the Raw SCSI project. You can get built-in Ethernet or Wi-Fi. And all it requires is a Raspberry Pi and some soldering. Probably, you know, with all the parts considered, it's probably going to be slightly cheaper than getting one of those Ethernet cards, because they could go for $100. The Raw SCSI, I think, is $50 and you need your own Pi and all that stuff, but get that fairly cheap. So we're just going to poke around with our multimeter here. And of course, I bought my SCSI adapter for the SE30 before I bought the Raw SCSI. So I took the bullet for you, because obviously if I didn't purchase that, it wouldn't have worked. And then we play the game of shoving my hands under the microscope. It's going to be out of focus, isn't it? Yeah, it's gonna be. There's just like little clearance under here for me to really get to things right now, and it's not ideal. That's fine. Ow. We're just testing the pins on these supposed memory controller chips here. Now we won't know if the chip is working or not at this point, but we're just making sure things are touching where they're supposed to. And so our multimeter is in continuity mode. And we're just doing some testing. And I would love if the tech step would come into play here to help us, but unfortunately it's having sort of a bad time. Might have some good news about that in a few weeks. But for now, we are tech step less, which is kind of annoying. But what are you going to do? Do you have a Quadra 700 yet? I have one that has not been fixed yet. It's a parts machine. Hopefully I can get it working. I have no idea if I can, though. I have not looked at it in any depth at all. So that is an oh, we have a little solder piece floating around in here. Yeah, it's always annoying when you are waiting for a package anxiously and it either arrives late or not at all, and then it's like, well, who's to blame? And of course, the company sending the item could care less. They're like, well, we handed it off to such and such. If they didn't deliver it, that's such and such problem. You call such and such. Then such and such is like, well, you should really contact so-and-so because so-and-so sent it. And he goes back and forth and back and forth. Just making sure there's no crud or junk shoved in these memory pins here. That would potentially cause problems. I can't get this piece of dirt out just because the angle of my tweezers here. Come on. That looks okay. If I were to guess, I would assume one of these pins is just not touching. There's not. Well, see, that's why, Joshua, you could get the Rascuzzy there. And use a little pie as an Ethernet thingamajig. Technical terms. So I'm just going to go through. You shut up, you multimeter. I think I've done this before, but I'm just going to go through each pin here. Let's give it a little bit of a nudge. Make sure nothing is suspect here. Because the behavior we're getting really seems like something is just simply not connected. Or there's a bad chip. So it's a bad connection or a bad chip. That's what I'm going to assume. So this is Ron's Classic 2 board that we're revisiting. That's why some boards take longer than others. Because they are just problematic. They're rebels. They're misfits. They don't want to be fixed, man. As I look up at the clock, realize it is almost 9 p.m. Do you know where your classic Macintosh is? Ron's looking at the screen. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, the next step with this would be to find a board that is a donor board or one of mine that I could just swap chips with and just see what works. Could be a bad chip. We did take the majority of the chips off of this machine already. And we just, you know, put them back on. And it has been ultrasonically cleaned. Before the ultrasonic clean, it didn't do anything. It would come on, and every once in a while we get some weird jailbreak patterns, but it didn't do much of anything. Now it actually tries to boot, and then it just freezes. So, all right. So the pins on that chip seem to be okay. Steve's new middle name is Roscus. That sounds like a pretty cool name. What's your name around these parts? They call me Roscuzzy. Watch out, man. That's Steve Roscuzzy Max. He'll blow your logic board up, man, if you're not careful. So these pins normally don't. Let's see if I can view this at a slight angle without going crazy here. Adam's a rebel, man. He buys things that people tell him not to buy. Yeah, you know what? I want a better look at the way this chip is sitting on the board here. I've had experiences on some machines where the chips just look like they're okay, and they're actually not even touching correctly. So. Maximum magnification. And it looks better to me than it does on the camera for you guys, so apologies. But just taking a quick look here. Everything appears to be okay. As he stabs himself with his tweezers. I'm not seeing any corrosion or anything on there that would make me want to reflow the chip or anything like that. But, I mean, it wouldn't hurt, I suppose. Let's continue on with our treasure hunt here. That's all right. I'm going to start nudging some of these pins here. Just in case, and it never hurts to check. I mean, I'm not seeing any signs of anything being loose, but... oh boy. Yeah, these all look like making a good connection there, so yep. Let's take a look at the processor. People putting zips of files on a Git repo. What are their compression schemes? Yeah, people who compress things are silly sometimes. Let's make sure all these CPU pins are in good shape. Just giving them a little nudge. We're not like trying to pry them off or anything. Because if they're loose, they will wiggle around very easily. And I've seen this on a few things. I've seen this on the 601 PowerPC processors, which can run very hot. The early versions, the first revisions. And it's not uncommon at all to have some of that solder just, you know, just warp away. What's interesting though is when this machine freezes, it always freezes in the same spot, which makes me think it's doing some sort of test or check, and it's getting to some point and it's going, hey, I can't continue. And I think we did find a version of System 6 that would run, and I'm very curious if that will boot up, because if it does, I believe System 6 and System 7 have a different way of addressing the serial port, and System 6 is more forgiving from what I recall. And if that is the case, if System 6 works, then I'd be suspect of the serial controller chips on this particular machine. Skipped a pin or two. Yeah, that processor looks like it's okay. Even though things are a bit dirty here, they do appear to be okay. We do have our little bodge wire connected to our egret chip there. That is from the factory. I know that looks a little suspect. That's just how it is. Could clean that up, I suppose, but make sure none of these pins are loose, even though we freshly soldered this and everything should be fine. Never hurts to double check your work. My goodness, how many times I was like, oh yeah, it's fine, and then you realize, oh wait, that's a little loose, or that could use some touching up, or that's making intermittent contact. My goodness. Can you try unplugging the small cable on one of your tray loading iMac G3s? You know what's the cause of it not powering up. The small cable, is that the very small black one? I mean, the service manual is going to be a lot of help there. I really suggest you just download the service manual. You could just Google iMac tray service manual PDF. I believe it's for the speakers. It may also be for the assembly that the power button is, because it's right. The power button's right next to the speakers. Yeah, I don't know if that's through that cable or not. But there's a reset button on the board. But I'd be very curious. Yes, Lucas, that is the version. I'd be very curious. Hello Neighbor Show. If you were to try and power it on with the USB keyboard that has a power button on it, and see if that solves the problem of it not turning on. Because if that cable is loose and that has the power button on it, then it would make sense why that machine is not turning on properly when that cable is loose. That would just be a guess. But my tray loading iMacs are not in a position to be taken apart right now. Alright, I'm going to go actually just take iFixit labels it as the front panel cable. Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright, I'm going to actually go and grab a cup of water, a glass of water, whatever the phrase is. I'm going to put you guys on hold for a moment while you groove to some groovy music, and I will be right back. right. We are back. Oh boy. You don't have a keyboard. Okay. Well, that makes a little bit of a problem. Sounds like a fun game, Adam. Yeah, there might be pins you could jump on the iMac logic board to get it to start up. Is the cable fit snugly in there? I would inspect the cable. If it were me, I would inspect the cable. I know this is not the cable that is for the iMac, but just as an example here, let me put it on screen. On the Hello Neighbor show, what is your name? This is just easier to, quicker to refer to you by your name than your username. So this cable, here's a cable, for example. I know this is not the one that plugs into the iMac, but yeah. Anyway, each cable like that would have a cable running to this connector, and there'd be a little pin in there, or a hollow, circle of metal or copper. Make sure that none of these are just, removed from the plastic bit. Make sure everything is firm in there, so it doesn't fit snugly. Okay, well that would lead me to believe that some of the plastic has broken off a little bit, and if it doesn't fit snugly, well, that's okay. Just use some hot glue or something like that. Your anonymous name will be Ted. Okay. Well, Ted, if you just use some hot glue or something like that, you might be able to just affix that connector in there just to make it have a good connection. And that's probably all you need. Sometimes the lowest tech solutions are the easiest ones and the most reliable. So there you go. Hopefully that will help you out there. All right. So I'm going to resolder this egret wire. No, you know what? That's fine. I'm just making problems for myself with this board. I guess I could remove the memory chips on this board. Let's do that. And I'm not going to replace them right now. I just want to see if there's any problems under them, because especially the one right next to the capacitors, that could be problematic. I don't think I removed the memory chips on this. I should have taken notes. Sorry, Ron. Ron's like, what are you doing? Stop. Cease. Desist. Okay. I had the tape here. Parts everywhere. Everywhere. There it is. It's okay. Ron is allowed to fall asleep. He's a big boy. He can do whatever he wants. Hopefully we do not melt any of the plastic by the memory holder, which is always a risk because we are so close to the darn things. But we will try our best to put a few layers of this special tape on there and hope for the best. How is Steve doing tonight? Claire, I am doing okay. How are you? Looking forward to a fairly short week of work. I released a video on Patreon that will go out in a few days once I get a rendering issue fixed. So I will be technically ahead of my video production schedule. My goodness. The next video I'm working on that I hope to release next has been in production for ages. Hopefully I can get that working and just finish that up. It is so old that the cameo person who made a cameo in the video has since sort of redone their whole setup and everything. So it's sort of like a throwback-ish type thing. But what day is it? November 23rd. Yay, it's Tuesday. Good old Tuesday. There's been a lot of those Apple history websites and Twitter accounts being like, wow, this important thing happened the other day. I think like the Newton was announced a few days ago and all this cool stuff. Alright, so we're going to switch to, sorry for the squeak, switch the second camera here, and we're going to use our hot air station to get these memory chips off. Better get a better grip on this thing. Alright, that's one chip off. Doesn't look too bad under there, but we'll have a closer look in a little bit. There's the second chip off. Looks okay to my eyes. I hate when the serial number starts coming off there. I mean, I put tape over it and the tape retreated. Ah, hot. Sorry, Ron, your serial number sticker got a little... Well, it's not even a sticker, it's just printed on the darn thing. There's nothing I can do about that, unfortunately. Oh, it's cooling down. No, we want to heat up, you silly. Alright. Now we can put this down. Oh, today in Apple history, Steve Jobs. First anniversary of when your Mac 2CX caught fire and melted. Sad day indeed. I just found out it seems one of the pins has slanted. And one of the pins have slanted and was, one, not fitting into the cable, and two, damaging the surrounded plastic. What would you recommend you do? The pin, well, see if you could just adjust, see if you could just fix it, because if the pin is on the board itself and the cable is the one that has the female end and the board where you're plugging the cable in has the male end, I would just try and you know, use a pair of tweezers or a paper clip or whatever, very, very gentle, and try and bend that back into place. That might do it. But try that first, and thankfully, as Adam is pointing out, the parts are not really expensive for those models. Not yet, at least. So you might be able to find a good deal of just a replacement part there. Alright, so let's take a look at the memory here. So we removed the memory. I'm not seeing, well, you're not seeing either, because I don't have the scope on. I'm not seeing anything that would point out to me that there was any trace damage or anything. let's just take a closer look here. I mean, we have some solder balls and junk because we were heating this up just before, but it could be a bad memory chip. That's totally a possibility here. There's a little bit of gunk under there. Who knows? Maybe something was disconnected, but it's not what I would guess at this stage. I mean, this one does look a little suspect just because of it was right next to that cap and it could have had something bridging. So we are definitely going to clean up the pads in this area specifically. So let's do that. Just some flux all around here. Just a little dab of it'll do you. Helps if the soldering iron is turned on. And after this, I'm feeling feisty. Maybe I'll take a look at the Quadra 840AV again. So will those machines even boot without the onboard RAM and SIMs installed? I don't think this would boot without the onboard memory. I think it will get a bit cranky. But that's something we could certainly test. I mean, I'm going to assume it needs them. But, oh yeah, look at all that gunk there. Maybe that wasn't making a good connection. I would love it if it were as simple as that. I really would. Either way, all these pads are getting cleaned up. And Ron is back. No, not the Quadra. I have a new tool for messing around with our escapades with the Quadra. That is why. That's the only reason why I'd be bringing it out. And was it expensive and a stupid purchase? Why, yes. Yes, it was. Can I use it on other things other than the Quadra? Yes. Is it still an expensive and stupid purchase? Possibly. Is it Kai Robinson's fault? Yes, because he put the idea in my head. And I know he'd be laughing if I said it. Now, if Bruce is still in the chat, oh, Bruce, I know you're trying to work and get things done and, you know, be a functioning member of society. But we don't have time for that today. I have a question for you. What do you think would happen if I left the memory chips off this Classic and we tried to boot with the memory installed via the slots? What do you think would happen? I am very curious because I would assume that the machine is going to look to this memory first and is not ever been programmed or expected to boot in any other way where memory was not on the logic board. So I would assume that probably won't really help anything, but I'm just curious. Yeah, that's what I would assume. Well, let's test that hypothesis. We're not going to break anything, and if we do, it's Bruce's fault, so that's okay. We'll just blame Bruce and move on with our lives. And since Ron seems to be of the same thought process, that's okay. We'll do it. Ron told me to. If he blows up, it's his fault. How is it going to boot without memory? Well, son, I don't think it will. I don't think it will. Been lurking the whole time. Bruce has been lurking this whole time. Bruce has been lurking this whole time. I should really just plug in another power cord instead of stealing one from my soldering iron this entire time. But believe it or not, I need another power cord. I gotta steal one from over here. There we go. Bruce is trying to work and get things done. And I admire him for that, but I mean, come on, man. When you gotta watch something explode or stream or whatever, you gotta do it. That's what you gotta do. Alright, so we're gonna plug in Ron's machine here. And hopefully nothing explodes. That big bulky power cable. 3, 2, 1. No chime. No sad Mac. And that's about what I would expect. Look at those pretty lines. It almost looks colorful. Should I even put some memory in there? I'm a little bit curious. Just a wee bit curious as to what would happen if memory were to be installed. Now, those are ROM sims. If this drawer would come out here. Hold, please. Come on. There we go. Cable fits much better than still doesn't boot up. I would still assume that would be the cause of your problem. So I would keep on that. But that's about all I could guess. I would say keep looking at that area. Maybe something is just amiss and not connecting properly. Right, we're going to install some memory in here, just for funsies. I doubt it's going to work, but who knows. 3, 2, 1. And we get a different pattern. Let's try that one more time. Steve wondering what flux you use. It seems to work really well and needed recommendations. I use Amtech flux. And there should be a link on my website, Mac84.net. This is Amtech NC559V2TF. And wrong camera. There you go. You can take a screenshot of that. It's about $30 or so. It's a bit expensive. However, it does work. And I'm sure there's I'm sure there's plenty of others you could grab, but yeah. All right, so we figured out what happens when the memory is not installed. It definitely does something different. That's a big boy. And let me check the rabbit cam here. Make sure those mischievous punks aren't doing anything they shouldn't upstairs, because they usually like to use this time to escape or do things they shouldn't. And they seem to be okay. Good. All right, so should we put the RAM chips back on in the exact order we took them off, or should we swap them around? Oh, that's another good, fun idea, Adam. Squeak. I mean, the RAM chips are all the same type and size, so that actually shouldn't really matter. But let's take a look under them, make sure nothing is problematic. Didn't rip off any pads. Maybe we can just tidy some of that up. These look surprisingly clean. Look okay to me. Hey, Joe, how's it going? Oh, nice, Joe. That's Adam, rather. I had Joe in the mind. Nice, Adam. That would make a very, very nice card to have installed in that Mac. Just making sure none of these legs are like about to fall off or anything like that. And that's the memory chip, TI-80. 80 is the speed. TMS44400DM HAP131GF. So that is the type of memory that we have here. And I believe these are 256 kilobytes each, because this board would have a megabyte on board, I think. Or maybe it's double that. I do not recall. I might want to flow some fresh solder onto this one here. And Justin, if you're still around, I owe you an email, my friend. My sincere apologies. I know you have stuff that is in my backlog. And every time you sign on, I am reminded of it. Look how pretty that cleaned up. Well, any excess solder here will be dealt with when we put it back onto the board, so I'm not too concerned about that. Just want to make sure everything is pretty clean. Don't want to second guess ourselves as we're putting these back on the board. How do I always flip these over? Come on. Hand-eye coordination, Stephen. Hopefully everybody's doing well tonight. Oh, jeez. Just flip the chip right onto my lap. Usually that costs you extra. Hi-oh! That dumb joke. Now I want potato chips. Alright, I think we're ready to put these chips back on the board. I think I did this one already. Yes, I did. So let's just take a quick look at these pads. I'm not seeing any breaks at all. All those traces look like they are in good shape. There was some questionable solder on those pads before, but we have cleaned those up. Everything seems to be all happy and nice, which is what we like to see. Because there's quite a lot of traces under there. So all right, so we're going to put these chips back on. They go a specific way. They have this little notch, so we're going to pay close attention to that so we don't screw this up, because our friend Ron is watching. And he will be the first one to point that out. And go, Steve, I think you're being an idiot here. I would say, why, yes, Ron, you're paying good attention. So the tricky part is getting this chip to be straight. It's a little difficult with these larger chips where it's hard to see on the microscope. So I'm just going to nail down a few of those pins there before I do the rest. And some people may not like to drag solder, but in most situations you are pretty okay doing it as long as you have plenty of flux. And you check your work after. Ron is stuck in standard definition. Quick! Let's throw all some high definition jokes at him that he can't see. Sorry that they're a bit crooked, but if they work, that'll be great. If not, well, we have to take them off anyway. Because I would assume this would be a memory issue if the machine is freezing like that. Either a memory or a serial issue. That's my current thought process here. We'll test all the pins on these later because they're important. Importante. One more chip to go. Alright, hopefully that did it. We're going to check the heck out of this. Yeah, Colin, that's what I was thinking. The only reason I mentioned a serial issue is when Kai was messing... Sorry about the squeaks again, guys. When Kai was messing around with his Macintosh Classic 1 board recreation, he noticed that if the replacement serial chip that he had was placed slightly wrong, he would get very similar behavior to what I was having, where the machine would attempt to start up, and then it would just be like, nah, and just freeze in the middle of it. So that is why I thought maybe that might be something, but yeah. All right, so we're going to turn our soldering microscope here on our side, and we're just going to double check all those pins to make sure that I did not mess up. I think I already see one that's not touching. I know, we're going to have to do our multimeter test anyway. There are a few that need touch up there. That one does need some touch up. Yeah, we have quite a little bit of touch up to do, so I'm just going to add a bit more flux just to suggest to the solder, hey, you know what to do. And go from there. Be an efficient use of our time, hopefully. Especially if we were focused. In more ways than one. same multimeter test on the other side here. Only the second pin of the first chip is not making a contact. Everything else is okay. Same with the second chip. I'll double check this under the microscope in a moment. Alright, at least all the chips facing the edge of the board are okay. Let me just try these pins over here. Sorry if this is a bit boring, but it has to be done. Alright, I might need some touch up on that side. Oh, shut up! Why are you thinking of turning off? We're using you. It's not like you're sitting there idle, not doing anything. Whoever designed this thing is a complete idiot. Yeah, let's design a multimeter that has an auto shut-off feature. And that auto shut-off feature happens while you're actively using it. Alright, so we're gonna add some flux here. Too much flux probably, but it will hopefully cure what ails this. We're going to shut this thing off before it beeps anymore and drives me crazy. Alright, let's have a go at this again. We have a little bridge there, we could fix that. Just checking with my own eyes, see if that looks okay. And we'll check it with the multimeter again, just because. That's what we do here. Yes, you did donate money towards a better multimeter. And when the time comes to get one, it will be used. Let's switch. Oh, you're already on this view. Hey, how about that? Alright, so all that side appears okay. Let's try this side really quick. That chip is okay. Might have to... Why is it... Alright, so that's going to be a little problematic. We'll go back and fix that one. Just check the other side of these. What is with that one? It always seems to be that exact spot is just not catching correctly. Well, we can try again. That's all we can do here in this situation. If that multimeter eeped, I would get tired of that noise so fast. Okay. I think that should all be good. Shut up. I say it's time to test the darn thing because, my goodness. Oh, shut it. What's ironic is this multimeter actually has a mode that prevents power off, like auto power off. And you know what it does? It just prevents it slightly longer. It's like, it doesn't even turn it completely off. It's just like, oh yeah, it's just going to be for a little bit. And we're gonna start our BS again. Alright. Sorry for the squeak again, but I think it's time to test it again. What say you? Yes, make sure your smoke alarms and your CO alarms have been tested and have fresh batteries and are not expired. Very important stuff. Especially if you tinker around with a lot of old junk like I do. Alright folks, well, let's see if we get any difference this time around. 3, 2, 1. Still no chime. And we're not going to really know if this is going to do anything because we're not trying to boot off of anything, which we can change in a moment by grabbing our blue SCSI. But yeah, see, the corners aren't even coming in rounded. Or are they? It's hard to tell from this angle. Something is screwy. That's all. Something is screwy. It could be a bad memory chip. It doesn't mean just because they're seated correctly that they're working. Anything getting hot? I was going to save this for the Quadra, but I have a thermal camera. I'm going to see if we can see if any chips are getting hot that shouldn't be. Very fancy, I know, but if it helps us, it helps us. Flirtatious. Okay, that CPU is getting quite warm, as are the memory controllers. Those memory controllers are not warm to the touch, but they are warmer than the rest of the board. Calibrating. Stop calibrating. As are the other areas, but nothing is suspiciously hot. Everything's around 70 degrees. It's to be expected. VLSI chip is about 75. CPU is getting a little bit up there. It's about 80. Yeah, so nothing too suspicious. Turn this board off. Have you tried different ROMs? Yes, I did. The last stream, I tried different ROMs. Got the same exact result. I'm going to try different memory here, just for funsies. So we haven't tried this since we reseated the memory chips. Who knows if that's going to do anything. Try it again. What's very weird is the lack of sound. I mean, we took the sound chip off, we put it back on, no difference. Dare I slightly flex the board while it's on? Just tilt it a little bit. Because that's what happened before. We tilted it, and all of a sudden it actually was making a connection where it should have, and it was happy for a moment, and it, you know, it was trying to boot. But yeah, we're not even getting that at this point, which is frustrating. No, we didn't look at your other board. If you would wish me to pursue that at this moment in time, Ron, we can go ahead and do that. It looks equally as lovely, I will say. Turn it off. Just give it a bit of a... Remove those memory modules at least. See, before we'd at least get a cursor. Hey, RetroTechie, good night. Take care. No, the CPU, there's too many pins to take off. We're not trying to do CPU. Yeah, that's very strange. I'm gonna put something heavy on the memory chips just to seat them down. I don't have anything that's gonna fit there that's heavy. Here we do. Look at that! I hold down the memory chips and we get a cursor. That was funny. Let's turn it off, turn it back on. And of course now it's gonna... Where's the keyboard? This is ridiculous. You're getting tired of troubleshooting. You're getting tired of troubleshooting. Yeah, we took all the memory chips off, Joe, and we put them all the way back on. It's going to be awkward, but I'm going to just put some pressure on those memory chips. We got a cursor. Let's see if it gets to the desktop, because it has never got to the desktop. It's always just stalled out here. This boot up should take fairly quick amount of time, a fairly quick amount of time. Yeah, the SCSI light has stopped blinking on the blue SCSI. So strange. Let's try doing this again. What do I have that I could put a light amount of pressure on the board with? Here, we have some cardboard here. That's not going to hurt anything. Let's just do that. We don't want to electrocute ourselves. I know you'd enjoy it. I wouldn't. I guess I'm not putting enough pressure on the board. Oh, this is a bit silly. I wonder if it's just like one of these little resistors on the bottom has cracked. Or the solder has cracked. That would be hilarious. I'm not really that smart. I just stick with problems longer because they drive me nuts. Let's just see what happens if it's upside down. Well, I tried this image with a working Macintosh Classic 2 board, so that's the only reason why I think the image is okay. Oh yeah, that's right. We were going to try booting from a System 608L floppy. Although it did freeze at the same spot with the floppy last time when we were trying. Yeah, there was something problematic. You know what? We didn't really take that close look at the bottom of the board. I'm going to look just to see if there's like a resistor or something just like not happy. Because it could be as simple as that. And boy, would that be interesting. I didn't find the floppy MU. I don't know where the heck. It should be like right here. I mean, I was just using the darn thing. Alright, so the memory is located on this side of the board. And this is where we were putting pressure and we were getting different results. So let's check just to make sure nothing is broken or suspect. Let's start poking at things. You have 4 of them for a reason. Now, the Classic 2 unfortunately does not have a ROM built in, so we cannot boot into ROM. Common misconception. The Classic has a ROM built in, which is awesome. Unfortunately, that's not the case on the Classic 2. So I'm just going to nudge every single one of these components, process of elimination, right? Just see. Any of them are of the wiggly variety. That would certainly explain a lot now, wouldn't it? Just give a healthy nudge to each one of them. That chip looks okay. But no, I'm not trying to poo-poo any suggestions or anything like that. If you have any suggestions, please feel free to shout them out. I am all ears. Trust me. And you're saving Ron a hefty sum too. He's paying by the minute here. So the sooner we get this fixed, the sooner Ron can pay off the mortgage payment that I'm charging him for this. I'm only half kidding, Ron. That's okay. It's okay. I'm broil. You want an extra crispy or well done? What are you trying to do here? These are the worst types of boards that exhibit like semi-working behavior. And you're like, huh? What? And if my tech step was in proper operating order, oh my goodness, I'd love to frickin' run some diagnostics on this, but unfortunately, it's come down with a cold or whatever. It's acting very strange. As I'm poking around here, I'm also just making sure that we don't have any obvious solder cracks. I'm going to check a few other areas other than these things. But sometimes you really just have to get in real close. My goodness. He demolishes dead hardware. The pins on the video connector are bad. Well, the video connector? That's the floppy connector. But this guy here? Or are you talking about this here? The chunky 4? I'm trying to focus in on here. We will, yes, the known working ROMs, the thing that I was just on. I'll give Ron a second to be like, that's the thing! Oh, there goes my back. It looks like one of these was a little suspect, but I can't tell. That might just be a reflection. Big thing there. Hold on, there's something screwed up with the way this is situated here. Ah, that's much better. Watching this is really calming. Thanks for that. Well, you're very welcome, Linux Museum. Thank you very much. Eep! We give it eep to all of our people who super chat to us, so thank you very much. My eyepieces are dirty as well. Oh my goodness. So, Joe, I would assume it's these, is it these 8, the cluster of 8 chunky connectors here? Hey, excuse me. Or this, like, welded grommet thingamabobber that's sitting here by the floppy connector. We'll wait. Right there. Why can't I see through this thing correctly? Hold on, there's something. My eyes are broken or something. The cluster of 8 chunkies. Okay, Joe, thank you very much. The chunkies. Now introducing today's starring band, Joe and the Chunkies. Don't make me make up a song, because I will. Alright, so let's see what the heck this is. That goes to this thing. This chunk goes to where? Hold this. There's my finger. There it is. It goes to this thing. That thing. You see, this doesn't appear broken. It looks like it's just a reflection, but it's very hard to tell because these pins are tall. Either way, we're going to reflow the heck out of them because Joe told me to. Oh, this lousy camera. Sorry. Blech. A vomit of flux. That's the measuring term we're using today. A vomit of flux. Today's word is vomit. Hey, hey, we're the Chunkies, and people say we chunky around. We use a lot of flux on this board, so we get our solder on the thingamajig. That was horrible. It was horrible. Absolutely horrible. Well, that's all Joe's fault. We'll just blame Joe on that one. And, honestly, can't tell if that looks any better, because from this angle, they look okay, but, I mean, I guess we could look at the pins on the SCSI port. Well, these I always need to check, because these get a lot of stress since they're on the main connection between the board and everything. So it's come to this, looking for cracked solder joints. That one kind of, it's hard to tell. I'm gonna do a few of these. No, I'm gonna do all of these. Yeah, that's a problem. I think they were reflective, but it's okay. This is for Ron gave me his credit card, spares no expense. So don't worry, Ron. That $5,000 hold will go away as soon as we're done. Enhance! Adam, stop stealing my dreams. Let's check out them SCSI pins. I mean, I'm seeing some stress. I don't know if they're cracks, but let's do them all. Let's do it. Let's go. Woo! Flux. The bill's on Ron tonight, so. Yo, that's hot. Note to self, do not stab self with soldering iron. Soldering iron hot. Lava indeed hot. You're gonna have a problem doing this. We're gonna have a problem doing this because we didn't put enough flux. See, I thought I was putting too much, and then I realized I didn't put enough. Woo! Sorry, I am in flux mode right now, so I am just soldering away here. Now it's time to do the other side. Let's hope that did something. And by something, I mean fix it. I would love to see this machine functional too. Now, it could totally be a coincidence that when we put pressure on the memory, something around it is making a connection and it's working, but I don't know. It's blowing a bunch of air. That's right, the PRAM batteries on the PowerBook 12-inch are like soldered on. Oh, such ridiculousness. Oh, Apple. A little rascally Apple. I'm going to touch up the solder on these chips. They look fine, but these apparently control the memory. And it would not hurt, just to make sure everything was happy. Alright. Let's give it another boot, let's say. Sorry. Sorry. I need some lubricant or oil. That probably killed everyone's ears. Oi. I know Bruce hates that. Sorry. Yeah, Adam, I bought ones like ages ago. And they took like a month to get here. What was that noise? I heard a noise. Probably was the ghost of Mac in OS 9. I tell you, if it was somebody at the window behind me, it would have scared the bejesus out of me. Reed is awake. Yay! I'm awake too, I think. Is this a dream? That sounds like fun, Adam. Alright, let's give it another go. Alright. Let's see if anything different happens. No chime. Oh, we got the cursor at least. Probably a cost thing for the CD drive, that's what I would guess. Still blinking. The blue scuzzy is... Nope, now it's stopped. Yeah, the speaker's on the analog board, so it should always be connected. Always. What a pain in the butt. Yes, this is Ron's board. We reflowed a bunch of pins. Just see if I like wiggle this around. I'm just seeing if I could get it to do what the bad thing it was doing before. Which was not show up a cursor or anything. No? Alright, well, whatever we reflowed seems to be making it a little bit happier, if that's possible. Because at least it's not getting stuck on that screen before, where it wouldn't even show the cursor. And I'm probably jinxing it right now. But, yeah. Hey, Janethis, how's it going? How about some Arnold? The classic 2, it won't work. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I would assume the sound chip, but let's see if the reset or interrupt buttons work. That doesn't seem like the expected behavior. It's sort of... Is it supposed to make the whole CRT sort of short out? Well, that's the interrupt button. We know that works. Well, we could test the theory of the interrupt button on my my working one. See, if I hold down the reset button for a second, it's like, and the analog board makes a suspicious little noise. But I'm not sure if that's like normal or not. We could test my known working board here. And we'll test the same blue scuzzy and all that fun stuff. So let's do that. So here's my working Classic 2. I say working, and I realize all the ROMs are off. We gotta put those back on. Gotta put those back on. So this is revision A Classic 2, which has 4 ROM chips. I'm going to steal the image of Brankus Creations website recap of Mac here, right here, just to confirm the orientation of which number goes, because they all go in a certain order. So that's 58596 and 61. All right, so 60 that goes here. Okay, and 59 goes there. Because we did pull the chips out of my board to test them on Ron's, and unfortunately that did not make a lick of difference. Alright, so my ROM chips are set correctly. That's not normal on the reset switch. That's what I would suspect. Let's try it out on mine. See if we get anything different. Maybe that'll lead us to a conclusion here of something or other. So we got the SCSI and the power. That's all we have in here. So this is my board. And so I'm going to hold down that reset switch button just for like a few seconds like I did before. Once we get to the Happy Mac here. It's funny, it's taking a little bit longer to get to the Happy Mac. That's interesting behavior. See, when I hold down the power button here, it's like a soft screen dim and it shuts off. The other one, it's almost like it's overloading and interrupting the power or something. And the interrupt works here. That's very peculiar. Very peculiar. Let's just see if this will actually boot up, which it should. Still blinking. Yep, and we get to the desktop. So this disk image works fine. Exactly, it's the same analog board. So, Let's take a look at these side by side. Just for funsies, let's just plug this in again. No, it's not fixed yet, Mike. Although we're now consistently getting to the arrow, which we weren't getting before. Before it was just bleh. So whatever we reflowed, we've reflowed quite a lot, seems to have helped. Which is concerning, but I am gonna go get a glass of water. I will be back in about a minute. Just give me a moment, and maybe we'll try something else after this. I have no clue. I've returned with a bottle of water. Haha. Look at you, Joe. Fancy that. Hey, Michael, how's it going? Let's try with memory. Why the heck not? No, you did not, and we'll have to make a boot floppy. That's the problem. Because the only boot floppy I have is a system, whatchamacallit, 7. And I would like to try system 6. I'd have to make a system 6 boot floppy. It asked for a floppy disk. Hey, look at that. We're not getting the freaking... Oh, we are getting the cursor. I was about to say we jinxed ourselves. I had a floppy disk. He don't move no more. No, where the heck is that floppy? That's the last straw. This is ridiculous. It's the last straw. Where the heck did it go? It's got to be around here somewhere. I didn't... Turn you off before you explode or something. Hold on. And this could drive me nuts if I don't find it. I bet you it's in a very stupid spot. Because I put it there. Because I'm stupid. And everyone's giggling. You say stupid. Gotta be around here somewhere. I found a floppy cable and I got excited, but that wasn't it. I bet you I accidentally put it in like the stupidest spot. Sorry, folks. It's gotta be around here somewheres. Where art thou, floppy MU? Seriously, where'd you go? We are looking for you, my friend. Doesn't help that I have parts all over the darn place here. Also doesn't help that I almost tripped. Take this time to get a snack or something. I don't intend for this to take a while, but hey, just stabbed myself with a screwdriver. Neat. Well, I have no clue where the heck I put that thing. I found another LC2 logic board. That's mine. Have to fix that up. Found another classic 2 board that's mine. That's missing the ROM chips. That's okay. It's okay. Oh, that's gonna drive me nuts. I bet you I was working on something and it like fell into a bin. That's probably still sitting in that bin. I am blissfully unaware. Well, I wouldn't say blissful. I'm pretty annoyed. Now, let me just look in this one last spot and we'll continue on with this madness. Oh boy. I keep finding floppy cables and thinking I found it, and then realizing I didn't. Well, today's break of looking for crap in the basement has been sponsored by the Floppy MU, which Steve can't find to save his life right now. So we're just going to sit back down and look around the corner, make sure we didn't put it in a silly spot, like in a drawer right next to him. Every floppy cable I see, I'm like, oh, is that it? Oh, well, here are the thingies for the heat gun. Yeah, I should put an air tag on. Oh, no, these are the ones that came with it. Never mind. I bet you it's hiding behind something. That's what my guess would be. How annoying. And I bet you all like, yes, it's very annoying, Steve. Stop losing things. We want to see you try and fix things, not lose things. And to my response, it's a package deal. Well, I have a power book we could maybe use to write floppies. I mean, boy, that floppy MU makes it really easy, doesn't it? Well, if at this time, if anybody has any questions or anything, I'd be happy to take them as I look to the floor. I know that's not as amusing as I thought it was. Let me change the angle at least. Hi. Oh boy. What's in here? It's a bunch of memory in there. It's a mouse pad. Did it fall down here? Well, hopefully you're not looking at my butt. Well, you kind of are. Sorry. Well, I'm perplexed. I am extremely perplexed. I said I was going to stop looking for it, yet here I am, because it's driving me crazy. It has to have just have fallen into like a bin or a box accidentally, because that's the only thing that makes sense right about now. I mean, what the heck? It's not behind the Sega Saturn with the Netlink adapter. I don't know anymore. I just don't know. Yeah, well. I keep seeing things that look like it, like floppy cables and junk. And I'm like, oh, that's where I put it. Oh well. I knew exactly where it was too. Until it wasn't there anymore. Just making sure I didn't like place it in a stupid place. I think the last time I was using it was with the Quadra. Unless it fell behind... Wait a second. Let's see if it fell behind the desk, and I'm just too stupid to even think of looking there. Did you fall this way? And I didn't even notice. That would suck, but at least then I would know where you were. Doesn't appear to be that, no. Well, now I need a Macintosh where I can write floppies with. That is in working condition. And you may be thinking, oh, Steven, you have plenty of those. And that would be a good assumption, but it would also be a wrong assumption. And this is one I wish I had my Quadra 800 set up, because that was like my go-to until I started messing around with it, and now it's in pieces. All right, well, I'm gonna take a break just for a minute to use the old little boys' room, and I will be right back, and then we'll get to working on this again. Hi. I grabbed a computer. Who could guess what this one is by looking at the back of it? There's a big giveaway. But yeah, we're gonna just make a floppy with this thing, and that'll be that. More rain. Well, that sounds horrible. Unless you need the rain, then that sounds great. So this is my my M-Power APS branded Macintosh clone. Yeah, the APS is on the shelf. It was just sitting there, so I figured, you know what? Let's just use it. It has a floppy drive built in. It has a CD-ROM drive. The networking is happy, so I'll just plug this in. It's gonna be just hanging off the table here. I need a VGA cable so I can plug it into the monitor, and I have one right here. So that's gonna be all right. Here's a big boy. There you go. That's what we're dealing with right now. But it's quite reliable as I try and squeeze past it. As I almost knock over my tripod with my butt. Okay, we squeeze past this again. Okay, and we have our Ethernet cable here. We're going to unplug from our raw SCSI. We'll try to at least untangle that. Need to put this Ethernet switch in a better spot, but for now that's where it is. Yeah, but making disk images from USB floppies is kind of a thing that doesn't really work too well in my experience. So we'll do it the old-fashioned way. And I do not have my video scaler hooked up, so unfortunately you're not really going to be able to see this process, but there's really not much to see. We're just plugging in a Mac and turning it on. And I will steal the power cord from my heat gun because we're not going to use that at this moment. You got that right, Adam. As we knock all the wires off the table. Oh, this cable is barely reaching. Oh, this is just a calamity waiting to happen. We are pulling the power strip that the streaming Mac is on. Yes, these clones do chime, and you'll hear a chime in a moment. You'll hear a chime in a moment. You'll hear a chime in a moment. Did we unplug the darn thing by pulling the cable? Did we switch off the power strip? No, I don't think so, because this Mac is plugged into that. No, it's on. What the heck? Oh, is this the... Yeah, this is going to do the stupid thing with the CUDA switch. Oh, my God. This needs a new PRAM battery, like, this really does, but it's one of those weird ones. I'm going to, like, solder in my own or some dumb stuff. Oh. Fun, 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 fun. Yes. Just another regular day in Steve's basement, where nothing out of the ordinary ever occurs. That's right, the screws are on the front of this because it's like a PC, because it's weird. I should just keep this hooked up as like my bridge machine. Just leave it on the floor. Where's that little CUDA switch? There you are. Let's just give you a little push. And then let's turn you on. Told you. That's all it was. When the PRAM batteries in these clones go, usually the CUDA switch needs to be pushed, the button rather. We learned that in the previous live stream. Especially OS 10. All right. Let's switch our input here. Oh, that's right. We can do picture-in-picture on this thing. I forgot. I love this monitor. Cannot display this mode. Excellent. Thank you. Wait for it to boot up. Maybe we'll be happy then. This hard drive is chunky. You hear that? Good old Western Digital Enterprise. There we go. So now we have an image for the clone, and it's booting up. No, Apple never made a yellow iMac. If you're referring to 68K Scribes video, that was a joke. Oh, cannot display this mode. You silly old machine. That was... What possible mode could you be spitting out that this thing doesn't want to... Oh, God. Why? Why? Yeah, the clone startup chimes are always a bit shortened. I hate this. What the heck? What do you do this for? If I had Timbuktu installed, I would. Let me see something. I have one of those adapter dealies. Oh, shut up. Let's see if I use the other video port. Sure, it looks like crap, but who cares? I need to tape down an ocular cooler heatsink needs active cooling. What would that orange tape use as a permanent install? No, this stuff I use temporarily. This is Kapton tape. It's heat resistant. I use this temporarily. Tape down a cooler to a heatsink. I would use a clamp or something. You really want to make sure that that's not going anywhere so that heat transfer is good. I would seriously not use any tape or anything like that. All of this could have been avoided if I knew where I put my crap. So the video card on this clone has 2 video ports, so we're using the DB15. So now I need to find system 6089. I need to put some wood on the walls because this is all concrete. So there's wood there. I need to do the same thing for here because there's all this space. I could put that there. But yeah, and now we have to fix this. Hi. Alright. We finally have our desktop here, which you're not going to really get to see a whole lot of, but oh, it's quiet. We're running 8.6 with 64 megabytes of memory. How about that? That's, of course, the tower's in front of everything, which is always helpful. There we go. Thank you very much, Adam. Eep. Yeah, with the prices of lumber these days, that is greatly appreciated. All right, so system 608L, hopefully in that Apple Legacy disk, which should be somewhere. Of course it's not there. It's probably on the other computer. Oh boy. Computers are fun. Computers are fun. Someone's going to tune in right now going, what the hell's going on here? And I'm just going to say, exactly. So I'm just remoting into that computer. Try and find that thingamabobber. It is. Check out Techno Tim's latest Techno Tim home lab and server room tour. He's mounted metal mounting boards to his server room walls. Interesting. No, I'm exactly sitting where the wall would have been, so let's just say it's good I didn't build that partition. But I'm still working on things, and it's not even all cleaned up yet, and it's a gosh darn mess. But that's what we got right now. We gotta live with it. Do I have toast on here? Yeah, I know. Yeah, no. Yeah. Let's look. This is called searching for things that Steven thought he had installed. And there it is. Alright, so I'm searching for system 608L. Mac OS, system 608. So I have the 608 installed, but I don't have 608L. So let's check under Classic, Classic 2. Yeah, it only lists system 7. So where the heck is 608L? As the mouse falls to the floor. Oh, the wireless keyboard stopped working. Oh, that's always fun. Oh, goodness. This is not my day. This is not my day. This is not my day. Nothing wants to work today. Okay. Was never widely released, but shipped on a limited number of computers. Okay, so how do I download it? Oh, that sucks, Aaron. Yeah, I don't think I have System 608L. Limited maintenance released in February 92 to support the Asia Pacific market. Well, that explains why I don't have it. It's on the garden. Alright, to the garden we go! Macintosh garden. Macintosh garden. There we go. Download. Woohoo! Alright, sweet. Well, now I have that in my collection. Excellent. So let's put that on our clone and make a gosh darn floppy disk, because that's what we're trying to do here. Alright. What was all that about? What was all that about? Did somebody compress this with like a super late version of Stuff It? Because if they did, I'm gonna scream. Where'd the disk images go? I extracted them on my modern Mac. I'll just copy the folder over. Because why should anything work? Startup, that's all we need. Let's make sure this actually opens. It does. And it's a 1.4 meg disk. Hallelujah. Where's the Tylenol? Alright, let's put this floppy in. Let's hope this floppy drive works. Ha ha! Let's test a known good disk and cross our darn fingers. That doesn't sound good. Ooh, that doesn't sound good at all. This is terrible. Why do we do this to ourselves? Ooh. I mean, it mounted the disc, but there's no reject button on here because it's a clone. I have a box of colorful floppies here. Let's choose red. Printing and fonts. Well, we don't need that right now, so let's open up disk copy, which I sure hope is installed on this thing. Mega floppy. Go, Clarice, go! If this writes successfully, I'm going to be very surprised. Let's just say that. I forgot we have two cameras to play with because I'm dumb. Knew it. There's a brand new freaking floppy too. At least I thought it was. Let's go for a nice orange. Nice orange. This floppy drive is probably broken. It's probably broken and sad. This is why we can't have nice things here on Mac84. Well, thank you, Sinister Pisces, for the note there. Probably out of my price range, but never hurts to take a look. Oh, boy. Hi. Does anybody want to guess the first Mac OS to list its version number on the large splash screen? It's kind of an easy one, but no worries, Reed. Take care. Happy Thanksgiving. Close, Lucas. Why are all my floppy drives sad? 8.5 it is. Oh boy. This is where things don't get fun. Oh, you did. See, I have a Duo, but in order to get that working, it doesn't have Ethernet, so that's a pain. Then I have the Duo dock, but it's all the way over there, and I don't know if that floppy drive works either. The floppy drive in my Quadro 800 is a little questionable at times. What the heck is that damn floppy MU? Solve all my suffering, or at least a good majority of it. I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. There's a lot of suffering going on. All these Macs, and we still have floppy problems, don't we? Don't we? Of course we do. If I wasn't so annoyed that I'd have to return to this, I would stop right now, but I'm not doing that. This whole ordeal has just made me sad. The Duo froze. The Duo that was not in the dock froze. So the system I was trying to boot up to was not happy. What's this tower here? We have a G3. What the heck? Let's shut this guy down. Mouse. Silly clone, you. You and your questionable floppy drive. Ugh. Yeah, there's a lot of the systems I, just show up for a stream or whatever. Like, there's always a problem. I have to start fixing my own stuff again because I am so knee deep in fixing things for other people. That's heavy. That the detriment to my own crap projects, whatever words. We'll bring an equally big tower on here because why not? Holy crow, this is a big boy. Oh. I forget if this has a bootable hard drive. We're about to find out. Ugh. Floppy drive probably just needs to be cleaned, but does this even have a floppy drive? Yes, it does. All right. We have our lovely G3 mini tower. This is mine. It's a bit rusty, but that's just the frame. And there it is. You better boot, sir. Did we unplug your SCSI hard drive for any reason? Yeah, we did. This doesn't have the right SCSI card in it, so the hard drive is not physically connected to it right now. This is why you don't take things apart and don't put them back together. So, that's a thing. So now we play the game of, do we search for the hard drive SCSI thing majig, or do we just simply go insane and end the stream? I probably took the SCSI adapter out to put in another Power Mac and probably left it somewhere. There, you stare at that for a second. And it's 11:30. My goodness. How time flies when you're getting nothing accomplished. Well, poo. Where the heck? I don't even know where I put anything anymore. Ever since I moved everything around in an attempt to clean up, I've somehow made things much worse, haven't I? Haven't I? As I talk to myself, which is probably a sign of insanity. Well. Found a SCSI card. Ugh. Who knows if this will work, but I have no clue. So let's just shove it in and cross our fingers and and of course there's absolutely no room on this desk to even open this thing up because this is a huge boy. See what I mean there? It's fine. Don't cry for it. Cry for me. to hold this up with my gut. But doctor, if I lose weight, I'm not able to hold up a G3 beige tower. Oh, the SCSI cable's too short. Are you kidding me? This SCSI cable is just a little too short to go from the hard drive to the controller card. Just a wee bit too short. Look at that. Look at that. You freaking... Oh my goodness. Did you catch that stream last night where Steve just like started cursing at the end of it? Oh, it's so close. This darn personality card weren't so darn long. Does it just make it? Does it just make it? Alright, it just makes it, folks. I don't like the way that's sitting, but... No, this is not going to work. This is not going to work. There's no way. I would have to leave the case open, and there's no room on this frickin' desk to do that. And the floppy drive will be up whatever. We're gonna just do it like this and pray. Oh god, this sucks. Oh, I can't reach any of the cables. This clone tower's taking up where my feet go. What a calamity of errors. All because I misplaced one tool of mine. And I can't even reach this cable. Oh, jeez. Clean up, folks. Don't lose your stuff like I did. This is a PSA. After all this, the thing won't probably even boot. Make sure the hard drive's plugged into power, which it's not. If this works flawlessly, I'll be very surprised. Ah, the sound of a SCSI hard drive. Don't you love it? I know I do. Well, at least it's booting up. macOS 8.6 here. Well, I don't have any PowerPC images on the blue SCSI, or I will consider that item. Wow, that's a loud hard drive. It's probably very unhappy running upside down also. All to write the darn disk. And I bet this floppy drive won't work either. At least the connector's right here. We could shove another drive in here. Yeah. Oh, there's a bunch of stuff on here. Oh, that's right. I was trying the Voodoo card on here. We got 640 megabytes of memory. Heck yeah. Put the floppy in. And of course, it doesn't recognize it because it failed. Oh, I didn't want to click that. Alright, hold on. Clean up. And we need to get the file on here first. Nintendo EAM. Alright, we're going to select our System 6 disk here. System startup. Put in that disk. Come on, Clarice. You could do it. We believe in you. Hey, success! Hallelujah. Alright, let me label this so I know exactly what the heck it is. Otherwise, that would be stupid. Put this sticker on it. There we go. So this is System 608L. That's our startup disk. Let's put it in here and make sure that system folder is blessed. It should be because it copied from a disk image. But just to be fairsies and make sure everything's okay before we shut this monstrosity down and take it off of our darn desk. Where's the disk? Where's the disk? Where'd it mount the disk? I don't even see it. Hello? Mr. Floppy? What the heck? Can't even eject the disk. Oh. Now it's being read? There it is. There we go. We got a system folder and everything. Hallelujah. Let's eject this thing. Shut down our friend here. There is no disk utility in 8.6. Silly daddy. You can't eat carpet. Of course not. Gotta boil it first. I do have a longer SCSI cable. I just have no idea where it is at the moment. So, yeah. Let's just close this guy back up. Somehow lift this up. Oh, that's a heavy guy. Okay. All right. Now, if this doesn't work, Ron, you better be around for this. This was your request. Ron's in bed. He went to sleep 5 hours ago. All right. Okay. All right. So, what we're going to do is we're going to try and start up this classic from System 6 and see if it has any different behavior. There's already a disk in there. So we have to plug this in, and we have to eject the disk. We'll do that by holding down the mouse as we turn on the machine. Thank you for being realistic there, Adam. Now eject that floppies. Thank you. There is no 6 install in ROM on a Classic 2, unfortunately, or that would have saved us tons of trouble. It doesn't chime because something's wrong with it, hence why we're looking at it. Here goes the disk. Let's see if it does anything. Oh, come on. There's Ron. Holy crap, it's actually booted to the desktop. I think we've confirmed our serial port issue. Or a serial chip, at least. Look at that! 2 megabytes! Woo! Let's try shoving more memory in there just for funsies. Well, that was actually worth it. I suspect the serial chips be the problem there. I could have just made a blue SCSI image, I guess, with the... Well, here, let's test something out here before we get too carried away. Where'd my blue SCSI go? And why did I... Come on. I just had it. There it is. It's still attached to my logic board. This logic board is recapped. It's just cranky. There's something wrong with it still. Perhaps a chip or something. Now the Mac should boot to the floppy drive. Yes, I think I tried the headphones before. I really honestly think I did, but my headphones are upstairs. Wait, there's a crummy pair over here. I could try those. Very crummy. Like airline quality headphone crummy. But they're Sony's. This will be my designated boot chime headphones. Why is the man on the TV laughing? He's sleep deprived and insane. Son, go back to sleep. Well, we're about to find out, Joe. Look at that. There's no SCSI hard drive. Or is there? Oh, yeah, there it is. Well, how about that? Methinks serial chip. I think my hunch was right. So, let's see if we could hear anything. The kid at the Genius Bar is going to be like, I have to ask my manager. No, I don't want to go to the map. No. Why is there even a map? I forgot SCSI probe was built into System 6. No, I hear nothing. Absolutely dingus. Oh, it, It could also be that these headphones are totally broken, and I would have no way of knowing. Oh, I could plug them into my speaker port on the front of this Logitech speaker set on my Mac Pro. Go in there. Oh, come on. Will this even work? Where's my keyboard? No, the microphone port is by the ADB port, so that's not it. And of course, the sound on this. Why no work? Why? Oh, what the heck? These headphones probably don't work. Output, line out. I don't seem to be doing jack diddly. Frickin'. It doesn't help that, like, this big classic is in my way. Do we have some music or something? Because System 7 uses the, talks to the serial chip in a different way. And if the serial chip is damaged or something, from my understanding, it will, freeze the machine on boot up, as Kai found out. I have no music on this thing? Really? Here, let's see. Movies. These are all silent, because it's me recording crap. Let's go to the YouTubes, I guess, and just, like, click on some random video that'll change my algorithm forever. Hey, look, it's me. I can watch myself. Yeah, no, these headphones don't want to work. Cool! Or maybe this Mac Pro is just not set up. Whatever. I don't know. Anyway, headphones bad. Macintosh good. So, what the heck? Well, the real test, I guess, would be to see if we could copy the system folder to the SCSI drive and boot it off of there somehow. Just to confirm that there's nothing wrong with SCSI at all. So, let's copy you over here. Oh, that's right. I installed more memory. We could see if it actually reads that memory. I don't have new serial chips. I'd have to steal it from something. I'm confused how I work in a hospital. I'm stealing from everyone else. Oh. Alright, well, now's going to be the fun part of trying to convince the machine not to start up. I think we could just drag the Finder here and the system here. And that's no longer blessed. And then if we drag this to like the utilities folder and then drag it back, that should bless the folder. Of course it did not. Oh Lord, why must thou mock me? Oh, come on, you freaking... This guy here. I don't want to delete the System 7 because I know it works, but I'm running out of ideas here. There, now you can see my disappointment and the computer. I want to try and rule out that the SCSI chip isn't at fault in any way here. Yes. Oh, that's the floppy. Ugh, whatever. It could be, Aaron. It could be a number of things. I mean, the boards are pretty complex, so it could be very, very possible. There is a cap right next to the battery. Right next to the positive terminal. Sure, you rebuilt the volume I didn't care about. Whatever, it's a freaking blue SCSI disk image, Steven. Just trash the darn thing and be done with it. Yes. The utilities folder was the system folder because I put it the... Oh my goodness, this Mac is insane. Yeah, just shut up and erase it. So this should be the trick. You just go whoop-de-doo, you close the window, you go whoop-de-doo, and there you go. Now that's a bootable thingamajig. So if we restart, it should boot off of the blue SCSI. And look at that, it does. So this confirms that the SCSI chip is working. Yay! Whole 10 megabytes of memory. We're freaking maxed out. My goodness. Hey, Savvy Sage, how's it going? No worries, you're late. I started hours ago. We're just here. So the good news is that the memory works, that the machine is operational, that we could boot from a floppy, we could boot from a SCSI, but if we try in System 7, the machine freezes, and that's because, I believe, the serial chip. So, yeah. So, it's not quite fixed yet. I have to see if I have any machines that... see, I have a battery-bombed board right here, but I don't know if it used the same chips. I doubt it. Yeah, those are different chips. Wait, hold on. This is AM26LS. AM2... Well, look at that. Look at that. We have a very suspicious battery board here, which, honestly, could maybe be salvaged. But it's a LC, and who really cares? So, yeah, let's try it. Why the heck not? So, what else is there? There's a SM130. That's a different one. So yeah, we're gonna take off the 2 serial chips from this Macintosh LC, put them on this classic thing here, and that's what I'm gonna try. That's what I'm assuming here. I'm gonna try. No, that wouldn't do anything different because we overrode our SCSI image there. But yeah. Oh, those aren't the serial chips? I thought those were the serial chips. Well, I'm an idiot then. I assumed those are the serial chips because there were 2 of them. And, well, now I just feel sheepish. So, on the LC, there are 2 chips directly behind those serial chips. So that maybe the serial ports. Oh, I see. Yeah, there are two U5 and U3. Maybe those are bad then. Steve says Ron said, yes, I know, but oh, I'm not. Take the chip from the other board. I said, yeah, but that board could be perfectly fine. that chip could be perfectly fine. The super serial chip is the 8530 chip. Why am I looking at the wrong... Hold on. Here's mine. 8530. Still doesn't explain why the sound doesn't work. Super serial chip is 8530. I have nothing that matches that. Well, System 7 apparently does more in-depth checks on the system, and that is what I believe is causing the problem. We still also don't have any sound. So, I mean, some weird stuff is going on here. And, yeah. Hold on. My second screen is off here because I was playing around with the other machine before. Okay, so it's a chip directly to the left of the power connector. From what orientation? From what? UD5. Please don't be a big one. Please don't be a big one. Please don't be a big one. Eh. Why am I not seeing UD5 right next to the power connector here? Unless you're referring to the LC? No. 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 Oh, thank you. Why did I click on that? I'm already on that page. This is a classic 2. This is a classic 2, Joe. So... So I have the Swim chip here. I have a U8 chip, which might be the serial chip for all I know. Yeah, classic 2. Classic 2. But that wouldn't explain why we're not getting sound. So... Well, we've made a good amount of progress, I'd say, because we figured out some things about this that we didn't figure out before. So the machine does work. Yeah, that's what I was looking at before, but I was told those aren't the serial chips. That's what I was yeah, the 26LS32. I was looking at the square ones, honestly. I was looking at the square ones cuz the square looked like the same ones on the LC. So I thought, "Oh, I could just do a swap-a-rooney," but that's not the case. And I did remove those chips and I put them back on, but they could be bad. So I think I'm just going to order some fresh chips. And go from there, because this isn't the only Classic 2 board I'm having problems with. And it wouldn't be a bad idea to have some of those AM26LS32SC chips and try that out. But anyway, let me shut this down. I want to probe the board some more. And I am curious about one thing, though. Since we did reflow some stuff here, if the heat signatures on the board are the same. So plug our little thermal camera expensive thingamabobber in here. Yeah, I mean, I could swap chips all day, and we're not really gonna get anywhere. I do have somewhere. I have a. No, I'm just gonna order chips. I need to order them anyway. If it's built into the Eagle chip, we're all screwed. Oh, that's a big chip. Me no want to take you outie. But we have another board to recap that is Ron, so we could do that tomorrow. Or whenever the heck. And of course, I did it so. I plugged in the camera upside down because I'm a dork. Yeah, it's getting warm in the same places, it seems. Let's compare the two photos I took. Yeah, it looks similar to before. So, yeah, we could test the serial ports under System 6. That's a great idea. How the hell are we going to do that? If my image writer was not in a bag, I guess I can make an Apple Talk network with the frickin' tower that's by my feet here. Let me grab a power extension cord. Ugh. Oh wait, I don't think Apple Talk's not built into System 6, right? So we can't. Well, we can maybe connect to. Wait. No, that's... We're going down another rabbit hole here. I don't like it. 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 Because this is just one floppy of System 6. We need the other... Oh, God. No, we're not... It's 12 a.m. I'm not doing this at this point in time. This is insane. It does. The lights do make them look like they have eyes. I have way too much crap to have to figure out to get that working. So we're going to put a bookmark in this. We've been streaming for, what, 11 hours? 3 hours. 4 hours. My goodness. 4.5 hours at this point. There's still 30 of you watching. God bless you. Let me spam Bruce for a second here. Bruce. Oh, boy. What printer drivers are in here? I bet you absolutely none. Oh, look at that. It does have Apple Share. Requires Apple Talk. Oh, boy. Well, it's not happy. Whee! That's not happy at all. Let's get some space on our desk back here. Replace AM85C80. No, that's a big one. I don't want to do that. Nope. 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 Wouldn't it be funny if it was the sound chip? That'd be hilarious. I think the machine was just unhappy. That's my theory. I'm sticking to it. Ah, boy. Ah, come on. Ah. I swear, I used to have room on this desk. Oh. Well, I guess this is the battery bombed LC2 board, which I hate to say it doesn't look terrible, but yeah, there's a crap ton of traces that are missing, and this is... Oh wait, Jay gave me one too. Hold on. Oh, where did I see that? 1 second. Yeah, I'll just rip the darn chip off here, I guess. But see, if I'm just curious, like, why the sound isn't still working. I mean, that's just a hoot, ain't it? Well, the LC has a similar chip for the sound. Might be able to rip it off of there. So, alright. We're at a crossroads here. Here's the other board that Ron sent me that is equally crusty. Ron, let me ask you a question. How many Classic or Classic 2 chassis that do not have a motherboard do you currently have? Oh, this tower is digging into my skin. That's lovely. Okay. 2. Okay, excellent. I intend to give you 2 working Classic boards if it kills me. This LC board has seen better days anyway, so it's not going to be terribly a shame to steal the chip off of it. And even if I could get this board working one day, it's okay because Jay gave me another one where the CPU was totally just destroyed off of it. But this guy has some serious issues going on here. And with any luck, somebody will remanufacture one of these things. Hint. Alright, let's flux this up. All right. It's gonna be fun. Just wrong camera. Which camera? I don't know where I am. Part number. This part number on that board. Yeah. I got it. I got it, Thomas. Don't worry. Don't worry. Would help if the fan was on. That has been the biggest chip I've ever removed. My goodness. I almost touched the chip, but it's hot. And so's the board. And it fell. Whatever. Now to remove this chip without melting anything. That's going to be fun because it's so compact. Sorry in advance, Ron. Before we remove this chip, darn chip, let's just test the continuity here just to be silly. But see, if the chip was bad, then wouldn't the SCSI not work? No, sleep is not going to help me. It'll just drive me further insane. I'm going to replace the sound chip first because that's much easier. Because I am very curious at this point as to what the heck is going on. Yeah, I'm gonna swap the sound chip first. This guy's a big chip, and if that's not the problem, it's gonna be a pain in the butt to mess with that and blah 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 blah. Where's I going with this? That's right, heat gun. Sorry I'm not saying much. I'm just excited to try and test this thing out. So here's Ron's sound chip. We're going to put that there. And here's the one I took from the LC. And it is quite, let's just say, crunchy. But that doesn't mean it won't clean up good. What does it do? What doesn't it do? Oh, I can tell you all the things it does. You have no idea, don't you? Exactly. Yes, I see the solder balls as well. Alrighty. You lousy solder ball, get out of there. Look at that little guy just poking out there. Bruce wants a recap. Bruce, so we booted up with system 6.8 and it booted up just freaking fine. SCSI hard drive worked and everything. So I was going to replace the combo serial / SCSI chip, and then I thought, wait, that's just silly. Let's just do the sound chip first, because that's easier. I'm just trying to get all the crud out from behind these pins. Which is seemingly impossible. My goodness, is that a pain in the butt. Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah, let's do that. What the hell are we doing this for? Because we're a bunch of idiots, that's why. Because Bruce wasn't here to tell us smart things. Oh, where the hell is Snooper? Snooper. To the Macintosh garden. Macintosh garden. Snooper. Meetings suck. Alright, so let's do this. Let's get our... because they'll boot off a SCSI. Let's get our blue SCSI plugged in here. And hopefully we could just put Snooper on there using the magic of things. So let's do this. Let's open up Sheepshaver. So hold on, folks. We're not done with this yet, apparently. Oh boy. Okay, let's try and get this going now. So we need Snooper, so we're going to download Snooper, which we did, and we're going to put that on our emulated files here and drag that over to Sheepshaver here. And then once we're here, Snooper is there. We're going to copy that to the desktop so we can open it up. But first, we got to go to Preferences. We got to uncheck that. we gotta add this thingamabobber, open, save and quit. That means we gotta shut down. Then we gotta open it again. You can stop looking at me like that now. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, so this will be system 6.0.8L. Open. And then we want Snooper. We gotta unstuff that, which is right there. Excellent. And right there. Excellent. Okay. Anything else we need while we're here? I guess that's it. Let me just double check. Yeah, what might come in handy? That will definitely come in handy. Sweet. Clean up the window. Shut it down. Okay, and we're going to copy this. We do have a documents folder I put here with all my blue scuzzy images. We're going to copy it over before we screw anything up. Basilisk 2 running modern Mac. Need to figure out how to get stuff on there. I was able to get DSK files with them. So what you want to do, Aaron, is you want to find like a disk image that has stuff on it, and then you can copy it over. One of the smarter people in the chat might have a better solution, though. Or like find like a pre-downloaded image, then load up 2 hard drives at the same time or something. Okay, so we have our thing, our blue scuzzy guy. Sorry for the squeak. I'm glad I didn't rip any. No, we did rip chips off of Ron's board because I'm an idiot. Well, let's put the sound chip back on anyway, because I mean, this is the newer, the questionable sound chip. But you know what? The other one was questionable too because we weren't getting any sound. So it's worth a shot. We need more flux. We're gonna run out of flux because we keep using all the flux. Where's the thing? Where'd my solder work go? Oh, that's annoying. Poo. Hey, Dave, how's it going? Now that Dave's here, I gotta leave. I guess gotta end the stream. What the heck? I'm just losing all my tools. Oh, God. I just need 10 of everything, and then I'll be fine. I won't lose anything. Well, we're gonna have to just wing it, I guess. Don't tell Ron. There, done. If only it were that easy. I think that's good. Oh, God. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Do those solder better if the pads have the solder removed? Yeah, kind of, but I don't know where I put my wick, so we couldn't do that. And it's getting too late to stop the stream to look for things and then cry. Because... enough of this nonsense. Oh, thank you very much, Kiyoshi. Eep! Thank you very, very much for your super chat. Alright, let's do this. Moment of truth here. Thank you very much for your support. Keeps me going. Literally. Okay. Alright. Now, if this chimes, I'll be very happy. Oh, among other things. Blue SCSI is here. Floppy drive is here. Alright, folks. What do you think is going to happen? Cross your fingers. Pray to your deity. Let's do it. Still no chime. Yay! Oh, thank God the cursor still moves. Yes, this is Ron's. Why aren't you booting off the SCSI guy? Why you no SCSI? Okay, we have the lovely blink from the SCSI to SD that says, hey, I can't, the blue SCSI, whatever it is, that says, hey, there's no image on me. When there should be a bootable image. So let's review the log on here and see what's going on. Log. Found the image file, but maybe it's not blessed or some garbage. One moment. Yeah, that's it. It's there. Oh, thank you very much, Kyoshi. Blue SCSI doesn't have a cable to connect to the Mac 2SI, 2CI, 2SC30. What's the ribbon cable I need? Where can I buy it? Is there a specific name? So what you need is a standard 50-pin cable, and I will show you exactly what that looks like. It doesn't have to be a long one. It's just 50-pin to 50-pin. Where's the camera? Here we go. So this is what you need. It's a SCSI, internal SCSI cable. It's 50 pins. It may have other names. That is exactly what I know it as. Just be aware for the 2SI, you will need to provide your own SCSI termination via power. So this is the data cable. You may need a power cable. That goes into the Molex thing right where my thumb is pointing, right there. The Retro SCSI Discord will probably give you a lot more details than I can at this point. The Open Retro SCSI Discord, or go to Tinker Different, that's a play on Think Different, tinkerdifferent.com. And someone will point you to the exact part you need. I just am streaming right now, so I don't have the ability to do that. But hopefully that answers your question, and thank you very much for the super chat. Yep! Alright, what are we going to do? We're going to try and boot this up again. That's what we're doing. And if it doesn't boot from the SCSI, we'll boot from the floppy and open Snooper that way, because that's what we're doing. It's our last ditch effort. Yes, the external SCSI port is 25 pins. You can get a cable that will go from one to the other, or build your own. Internally, the ribbon cable is what you would use. The external is a little slower. You can get an over easy adapter. That's this little guy, and this will convert that to that. So you can plug your blue SCSI into the external. So it's called an Over Easy 2. There you go. Yeah, I believe this is an open source project. I got mine from one of the blue SCSI guys. I got mine from Tom Barber. And I think he's licensed to sell these. This is a creation by Steven, and I forget his last name. Starts with the A, I think. Alright. So what's the dealio here? Oh, gosh. It blessed it. Yay. System picker to the rescue. It's a great little utility. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. Snooper. You better work. All right. Preliminary testing. Testing keyboard. Mouse. RAM. Might take a while. SCSI. RAM test failed. Insert a floppy. Oh, okay. I've never used this program before. Maybe it doesn't like the maximum amount of memory we have? Testing modem port. It's still testing. Probably not, Bruce. I think I froze. What did I download here? Did I download the wrong one because I'm an idiot? Yeah, I guess I need a serial port thingamajig or something. This is Snooper version whatever from 1992. It doesn't even have a version number when you go to the About menu on Sheepshaver. So that's annoying. Get info. Version 1. Alright, that's version 1. Alright, let me download version 2. I must have grabbed the wrong version from the garden. Boy. Yeah, I'm assuming that's the problem, Bruce. Oh, boy. What am I doing here? What am I doing here? Where's the folder? The thing? What was I doing? There. Why did I double click on an image? It's just going to open Toast. No, go away. No, stop. Of course, Snooper's at .img. Oh, God. Can't anything just be a sit file? Why is Steve getting cranky? Because he's tired. Oh. Try this again. Of course, this USB to SD card adapter I have is like kind of broken. Just kind of. Just kind of. I just had the Snooper 2 folder. Where did I put it? This copy will not run. You just ran! You just opened the darn image! Why are you saying you won't run now? Oh my gosh. I literally just opened this image. I just had it open. File. Mount image. Open. There it is. Snooper 2. Let's copy the frickin' folder. Alright, now let's shut this down. Eject the scuzzy thingamad whatever it's called. Put the disk in here. Turn this on. The wooden zip icon. Oh, now I have to bring the stream window back up because otherwise I can't see anything because the screen is facing away from me. Yep, no worries, Yoshi. Hopefully that works out for you. I find mine very handy. Come on, baby, boot. Are you kidding me? I need like a mirror. That's right behind the camera. Oh no, that would just drive me further insane. Why is everything backwards? I need to clear off that desk so I can actually just like do it there. So being all twisted around, I have no place to move because I have too much crap in the basement that I need to throw out or get rid of. Every time Sheepshaver rebuilds a desktop, it unblesses this. That's lovely. Well, if there's any doubt this analog board needed to be replaced, it's holding up like a champ. Alright, Snooper 2.0. Alright, what do we have? Logic test, disk test, video test, audio test. Absolutely nothing. Logic test. Let me remove the extra memory. Just in case that was causing a problem of some kind. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to uncheck them. Let's uncheck everything. Let's do RAM, just to see what happens. As we expected. I wish I knew I knew which memory module was bad. There we go. Oh, look at that! We're not getting the cursor anymore. Isn't that friendly? Lift the board 6 inches and drop. That fixed it. Of course, why shouldn't it? Oh, I've been insane. That's alright. Let's skip the memory test and see if it does the same thing. PRAM, clock, SCSI. Yes, it is, Adam. As far as I'm concerned, it's an Apple III. It's sure acting like one. So we definitely have some sort of memory issue, whether System 7 is failing to start up because it cannot allocate memory or something. Or I don't know what it's doing. It's a problem, I suppose. Unless System 6 is so weird or this version of Snooper doesn't like this computer. I don't know. Pass the test. Okay. Clock is fine. SCSI good. And we're just going to keep going back and forth. So we're going to end this. I said we're going to end this. And we're just going to test the printer port and the modem port. And the CPU and the ADB. Why not? Go. Do I need a dongle or... It froze! It froze. It froze. It froze. So that tells me that it doesn't like a port. Let's try the printer port. No, the printer port are froze on. Let's try the modem port just once. This is not going to do the cursor again, is it? Yep. You tell me what chips to replace, and I'll replace. Whee! All the chips. See, look at that. Just dropping it fixes it. That's all you gotta do, Ron. You just gotta keep dropping the logic board again and again until it works. That's all you gotta... It's fine. It's fine. No, I don't want to replace the AM85C30. I don't, because that's a big chip. I don't wanna. It froze that again. It froze. Mental health is important. You should take a break on things. Woo! Just for funsies, we should turn my soldering iron off if we're not using it. I'm going to do the same test on my working Classic 2 board. I'm just curious if I get a bus error with the memory. I'm just... I don't know why, but I think that's a false positive, but what do I know? The program's probably right, and I'm just an idiot. Excuse me. No, we won't be doing it tonight. It's past 1 a.m. at this point. Excuse me. So this is on my working classic. Go. Okay. See? I freaking knew it. I freaking knew it. So this is happening on a working classic. I think there's a problem with the with the way this understands memory on a classic 2. I just don't think it's accurate because yeah. So this is a completely working board and it doesn't like that. So yep, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just skip the memory test and do everything else with the working board and just see what happens. Go. Well, I know it knows what the computer is, but it might not understand the memory. I don't know. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking, Ron. We are running a very odd combination of things. Yeah, don't be a dope like me and use the other one. I'm going to upload just a .sit file of the second one because image files just irk me sometimes. Yeah, okay, so it beeps because it's not the loopback. Or whatever. So Bruce, we the two little chips here, the one right behind the whatever modem or serial port this is, there's the SM130 chips, and then there's the AM26LS chips. Now I assumed these two square AM26LS chips were related to the serial port. Now I could be wrong, but those two are present on this battery-bombed LC board, so I was going to pop those off and pop those on to see if anything happened, but apparently not. Yeah. And then there's this this big guy that does the SCSI and the serial, but I was assuming that works because the SCSI works. I mean, I don't understand how a chip could fail halfway, but I guess it could. Not that I really want to have to do that, but yeah, that's. I'm just asking Bruce because I know he's swapped around a lot of chips before. So yeah, all right, yeah, you stop, please. So I could certainly swap out the AM26LS chips because I have two right here. Well, I did remove those chips, and I did not see any broken traces or anything like that in the previous stream. Oh boy. Sorry. See this this LC, they're just line dividers. Okay. I mean see this LC has two of those AM26LS, which you're saying are line dividers, and it has one of these, only one of these. Now the Classic 2 has two of those. There and there. They're identical. Yeah. Just make sure nothing's bridging on these serial ports. That would be embarrassing. Found a little solder ball, but that just flux. Is this a bad trace I'm missing somewhere? That stupid squeaky thingy. This poor board. You've been through so much. Bruce, what would you do at this point in time? You crazy, crazy man, you. Then there are also two of these chips. Which I think the LC also has. 115S. Yep. So yeah, so Bruce, there are two chips at the bottom of the board, which the LC also has. then we have these two DS26LS32 chips. The LC only has one of those, but the LC has two of these AM26LS chips. Under your personal opinion, which would you remove first to fuss around with what the heck is going on here? Or do we have to go for this big boy here, which I'm hoping is not the case? So the rectangles, the small rectangles, the squares, or the big square? Oh, I'm not saying I'm going to do it right away. I'm just curious on his thought process. Because I know he's been there before. Oh, but 5 hours and 41 minutes. Wow, that last hour and a half just went by like that. Holy crap, I gotta end this stream. What the hell am I still doing here? Yeah, I did, Bruce. They don't appear to be mangled. Nothing appears to be touching each other. They do look a little... Oh, there's a little solder ball hanging around in there, but it doesn't appear to be touching anything. I compare that to my board here. And they look about the same. Heart-throbbing classic. U3. So U3 is that little guy? Oh, that's U2. U2. Hey. All right, let's steal one from that class. So this LC has one. This is the last thing I do tonight. This LC has the same one under UH9. It's a DS26LS32, and on this it's a, can't read it, DS26LS32ACH. So I'm assuming it's the same exact darn thing. We're going to steal it off of this guy, because it's defenseless anyway. It's just asking for it. Good night, whoever's leaving. Sinister, good night. Of course, the Classic has two of them. So, you know, that's a thing. It is a crusty boy. Look at that crust. And here's where things exploded. This is why you don't want to leave batteries in your Macs, folks. Look at that. Look at that. I'm sure Bruce could fix it. I've had SE30s that I've spent like literal months on. At least this is showing signs of life and kind of turning on and such. Quadra 840 AV, of course, holds a very special place in hell. I mean, in my heart. I'm not seeing any breaks or anything there. Oh, where the heck is my solder wick? This is going to drive me crazy. Probably fell on the floor something stupid and then rolled an area that I can't see. Oh, gosh. Ah, darn it. Here's my backup one. Help if the soldering iron was turned on. Oh, God. All right, so we're gonna replace U3, and all will be right in the world. Bruce, do they still make those chips or no? Bruce is like, probably. I don't freaking know. Why don't you do your own research, Steven? Ask me all the time. I'm all the way in all freak Australia. I don't want to be answering all your questions all the time. Especially when I'm sleeping. And you endlessly text me. Sorry, Bruce. Oh, come on. How did that happen? Stay there. Don't stick. Stay. Well, it's crooked. Come on. That's close enough. Put this chip with the other spoils of war from Ron's machine. Oh, look at that. Yes, the chips are available. Yay! Screenshot. You got some pointy solder pointing up there, but I could care less at this point. As long as nothing is bridging. That looks fine. Thank you very much. I'm going to copy and paste that to myself. If I could find a message to myself. All right. What do you think, guys? Is this going to do anything different, or are we just wasting our time at this point and depriving me from sleep? Or all the above? So you're saying the eBay ones I don't want, or I do want? Helps if the machine is plugged in. Still no sound, of course. So the chip I replaced was the AM26LS32 from the one from the LC board, which may or may not be a direct one, but who cares? I do. Maybe. Let's see if Snooper cares. Well, the LC board I only saw one, unless one is hiding elsewhere. Yeah, there was only one. Let's do none of these and just do printer port, modem port. Start. Nope, still froze. It still froze. We're going to try again with just the modem port. And yeah, it still didn't shine. So something is going on. That's what we're doing, Adam. Still froze. Oh boy. Well, nobody can say I didn't try. Huh? You have the, if you have U5, then U7. So U5 is the little one. Then U7. I could do U7. I can't do U5 because I don't have another one of those chips. Unless I steal it from... Let's see if this is another bombed board over here. One moment. So here's from an LC2, I believe. You know the one you've just removed is good, so you that. Do I? Do I know what's good? '26 LS32. Well, I could steal one. There are two on the LC2, so I could steal them off this guy. That's where I got the sound chip from the other one. Hey, this all sorts of good stuff on this one. The CPU is toast. Look at that. Look at that CPU. I should have been using this the whole time. So let's take off that and that. Let's do that. Finally, battery bombed LC boards come in handy. Ron's asleep. Well, that is true, Bruce. Thank you for your clarification and your logic. All right, so Bruce said U5 and U7. So let's do U5, and we'll do U7. Ah, poo. I have to give them their... Right after this, I have to go upstairs and give the bunnies their medicine, which I am neglecting. I mean, they'll be fine. It doesn't need to be a strict time, but I have to do their PM medicine. PM. Wait, what did I just do? Oh. Maybe that works. I don't know. I just installed the chip with heat. But maybe that's not a good idea. Probably not a good idea. Bruce is going to yell at me. Sorry, Bruce. Needs a new logic board. stop squeaking. Why are you squeaking so much? Thanks, Aaron. Take care. Still freezes. Still freezes. I'll be right back. If it's the glue chip, it's going to be a sticky situation. Alright, let's continue, because I'm too wired to not do this now. Ugh, this stupid egret wire broke off. We'll have to solder that. I should run a new wire. That wire's trash anyway. Alright, so we're going to take off U7. Because at this point, if I were to stop in the middle of this, I'd forget what I was doing and so on and so forth. Yes, but let's just say my working schedule is a little bit different because of it being the day before holiday, so we'll just leave it at that. You could use your imagination. Now to run a new and improved wire for this egret chip, because I am sick and tired of it just flailing around. This wire, it goes right there. And that's what it's like to solder without flux, because we're silly. Yeah, that's a factory bodge wire, so it's fine. It's fine. It does not want to stick there. Jeez. Come on. That's a little overkill, but you know what? It works, kind of. So I'll leave it there. Speaking of works, kinda, let me double check something. My multimeter here. Alright, we good? And then over here, we need to remove this original Apple bodge wire, which is seen better days here. Sorry, buddy. Ooh, that was really in there. It's gonna be fun to replicate. You missed quite a few eeps. I got quite a few generous super chats, so thank you very much to everybody who gave me the generous super chats, because that's why we eep. Do that, and then we'll just cut this right like that. I just want to make sure that is good. And we good. Alright, so we have our new and improved custom Mac84 egret jumper wire, which is a thing. So we replaced that. Make sure we don't have any silly things going on there. I think we're good. I think it's good. We're ready to test, right? This is the 4th chip that we've removed from the board and replaced with a different chip. Because right now it's no longer a repair, it's a grudge. No, we forgot to put the SCSI thingy. We're using technical terms now. Still 25 people watching. Hello. It's Bruce's dinner time. Did I miss Bruce again? I'm surprised SCSI works too. Let's not jinx it. That's right, we accidentally pushed the floppy in. Hey, Tanithus. So we replaced all the chips you recommended, Bruce. The U5 and the U7, and we're booting it up now. It accidentally booted from the floppy because we're an idiot. And just waiting for it to boot up so I can reboot to the hard drive. And we'll test our serial ports again. Hey, Ron, can I just interest you in an eMac? You know? Nobody wants an eMac. Still froze. Oh, Bruce. So, is it U8 or what's the next step? What's the next step, Bruce? What's the next step? Rod's like, oh god, no. Are you acting up again? Don't make me drop you. Now it's not happy. We upset it. Yeah, the eMac right there. Look how happy it is. Being a desk weight and everything. And now we get the cursor. Sure, why not? We didn't do anything. What is U6? U6, U6, U6. U9. I don't see a U6. 1 second. Let's fail this test first. Yep. Oh, U6. Yeah, that's the... Oh, the big boy. All right, let's replace the small guy first. Do your Emacs have stands? I think one or two of them do. At least one. I worked not worked, but in high school I was in a commercial art class, and we had Emacs, and I helped set them up, and they each had swivel stands, and I have a few of the boxes for the swivel stands, but yeah, those are getting hard to find these days. All right, so yeah, let's replace that. Why the heck not? Where's our friend? Where's our... Here it is. Our poor little LC. It was so young. Actually, no, it wasn't. I wish I did, Adam. The high resolution RGB, or yeah. Well, we're gonna try to avoid that, but if it happens, it happens. Where are my darn tweezers? Ow. I tell you, this new heat gun is amazing. Oh, it was cooling off. Duh. Sorry for the squeak, sorry for the squeak, sorry for the squeak, sorry for the squeak, sorry for the squeak. He's not actually sorry. That's a little wobbly. Poop. Hey, it could maybe go. Maybe, come on. Maybe. No, that's crap. Just do the proper way. Let's just say I have reduced hours tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna have to clean a lot of this up. I was like, why is this board heavier? I still have the freaking blue SCSI attached to it. Oh, boy. Okay. Sorry I'm boring you, Joe. My goodness. Oh, boy. Alright, so. Good night, Joe. Sleeping upward. I know. I'm sleepy too, but I'm very curious. Still no sound. See, I would assume if only one of those chips was bad, like the modem port test would work, but not the printer port test. That would be my assumption, but I could be an idiot, and I could be completely wrong. So Bruce says the last thing to try would be that big honking chip. So we're going to see if we have to replace that. Because I'm invested in this. Welcome to Macintosh. Go. Still freezes on the printer port test. Let's try on the modem port test. Yep. Well, Bruce. It seems like we gotta replace that big honkin' chip. This is going to be a fun one, isn't it? I've replaced 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chips on this board. Wouldn't it be funny if Snooper is just incompatible with System 6 on this board and it's giving us bogus errors? No. That's not funny. That would be a horrible tragedy. But let's hope that's not the case. Oh boy. Big boy time. I think the amount of super chats is just going to pay for the amount of flux I've been using since for this whole stream. My goodness. My goodness. Alright. Yeah, this guy. Bring you a little closer. Camera's doing a pan because the fan is vibrating. I did try my classic board with the test and it worked. I felt a little resistance. Let's hope it didn't rip anything off here. Looks like it's okay. Let's double check. We didn't hurt anything. My goodness, I think we're okay. Alright. Goes in the collection of Ron's chips over there. And here's a view of what it looks like when this chip is removed for Kai to take notice. A trace pulled? Where did a trace get pulled? Fudge. Where do you see a trace get pulled? Adam, are you messing with me? Because I don't see anything get pulled. Now you're worrying me. Oh, what the heck is this now? What is that? What a trace? Was that an eyelash or something? Yeah, because there's like a bulb at the end of it. Yeah, I don't think that's a trace. Okay, we will put that over there for safekeeping. I'll clean this up because it's going to be impossible to not clean it up. It does look like a tiny hairy mushroom. Okay. Ah, I'm so good with the thingy. Ah. Alright, so here's the chip that we want to put on there. That was a stupid idea. Yeah, it would be a shame if they, made these things semi-repairable or anything like that. But... Alright, Bruce. Moment of truth, I suppose. If this doesn't work, I'm going to bed. This is the largest chip I've ever removed and ever installed. It's almost too big for my tweezers. In fact, it is. So we're just going to plop it down like that. There, that's fine. Hey. That's a big boy. It's going to be interesting. This is not a chip you're going to look under the microscope to arrange. This is one that you're going to have to use your eyes for. slightly off and everything's going to be messed up on all the sides. So I actually think that might be okay. Alright, so it is secure. Now I have to make sure everything is, all the pins are soldered. This would be fun because this is right up against the SCSI connector. Sorry you can't see this. I could barely see this. I think I got it. Let's take a look, huh? Have to take a look at the angle here. My goodness, how long was it? 6 hours and 53 minutes. Well, we're an hour away from an 8-hour stream. So those of you who were joking around, well, you got your wish. I don't know if those are actually touching. No, they are not. We need more solder. Better. Most of those look okay. Alright, so we're going to do some multimeter tests because I don't trust myself. Still going. Let's try this again. Did I do this side already? I forget. Yeah, I did that side. Alright, so onto this side. This side I could see there's gonna need some touch up. So that area needs to be touched up, that whole area. Oh, shut it. Beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. I was like, that chip's too small. It can't be that one. Cool, we get to test it now. Freaking yay. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm right here. How could you lose me when I know where I am? This board is more flux than board. Twisted and even. I'll sleep after this, la 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 la. Performing this is Mac84 performing a smash hit, his new song called Beep. We all know the lyrics, sing along. I can't do a Casey Kasem impression, but if I could, I would do that. Steve is working like he charges $170 an hour. Oh boy. These aren't the chips you're looking for. May go about his business. Move along. Now, Bruce, dare I ask what do if... what do? Oh, you stupid... Stop squeaking so much! Freaking... Dare I ask what the hell do I do if we still have a problem now? Oh, God. Well, we're about to find out, aren't we? Throw it away. Oh, Bruce. Holy crap. I almost cursed. Alright, let's see what the hell happens. 3, 2, 1. No chime, of course, because why would that... Why would we have a chime? We don't need a chime. Do we not get the cursor anymore? Oh, that's just delicious. This freaking computer is cursed, man. Why? Let's put some pressure on that chip. Then Bruce will throw it out in Australia's dumpster. Oh, what the hell? I mean, we did a continuity test, right? We got all beeps, right? We got all the freaking beeps. Like, all the beeps. Too many beeps, but we got all of them. And I'm pretty sure I put the chip the right way because it has the notch, right? Right? Oh God, did I put the chip the right? Yeah, I did. Thank Jeebus. Yeah, I put the chip the right way. Clean the hell out of this. That's what I'm doing. Wouldn't it be funny if all this time it was something completely different? Wouldn't that be hilarious? I'd be laughing so hard. Oh gosh. Make sure we don't have any bridges. I think we're okay. I mean, we're probably not, but we'll try again, and again, and again. All work and no play make Homer something. Go crazy? Don't mind if I do. This is bridge patrol. We need to inspect your bridge. Okay, sure, but I don't think... Oh... Sorry for the squeak. Squeak. Squeak, 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 squeakity, squeak, 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 squeak. Let's check this super carefully for bridges by pulling the microscope over the desk. See if we can focus on the... No, we can't. At least we can do this way. Yeah. Oh, is that supposed to be like that? No. Wait, maybe, no, wait. Yeah, no, that's fine. Oh, boy. Unless this chip is dead. I mean, it's not the best solder job, but this is my first time. Don't judge. Oh, yeah, well, the focus is at the very edge of the microscope, at the very bottom, so the camera is not picking up. I apologize, but there's no way you guys could see it on the camera. Just in case. I'm going to try just like holding the chip down just to make sure that things are making a proper connection. Fixing computers is fun. I like computers because I fix. Money please send go. Thank you. You pile of... Well. All right. Take 537. What's the definition of insanity? Something about doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Well, if anybody missed this stream, they're going to tune in tomorrow and go, what the hell's wrong with him? I don't know. Let's try again. Hey, we got the cursor back. Woo! It would be helpful if I plugged in the darn keyboard. Don't hot plug in things. You get nasty letters from people on Reddit. We got blinking on the SCSI bus. There we go. We're booting up into System 6. Snooper, old buddy, old pal. You better work, or Steve unhappy go make. Go SCSI, go! Go printer port, go! Ah! It still freezes at the printer port! Are you kidding? Let's try the modem port. And now it's not. There is something so funky with this frickin' board, man. Bruce is like... And see, now we don't get the cursor again. Like, I don't know if it's the egret chip or what, but something is really screwy here. Oh, this is so freaking weird. Hey, Jim. This is so strange. See, I think I did something to fix it, and then it just throws me for a loop like this, where it's like, no, you didn't do anything. What's my PRAM batteries? Just shoving a PRAM battery. You like PRAM batteries? So there you go. You know I'm desperate when I start shoving batteries into things. The board ain't bent at all. I keep flexing it slightly, hoping that it's going to make a connection with something, or I don't know. I don't know. Oh, boy. Yeah, it's probably a good thing to do for another day. Zap the PRAM. I'll zap the PRAM all right. I've been using the Apple III method of dropping the frickin' thing. I'm putting pressure on that AMD thing. Look at that. You put pressure on it, and we get a frickin' cursor. Let's see if I can hold the pressure on it while we do the modem test. Because that's what I wanted to do. To complete the insanity cycle here. Oh, come on. Just click on the thing. You dumb. Modem. Go. Just freeze already, you bastard. Yeah, there you go. I mean, fresh solder. I don't know. I've removed all the memory chips. I replaced all the capacitors. I removed the U8, U7, U5, U3. I reseated U1 and U2. I replaced U8. I reseated the E-grade chip. It's like, what else is there to do? Yeah, I guess we could ultrasonic the hell out of it, but that ain't happening now, I can tell you that much. Oh, we're so close to an 8-hour stream. I'll just leave this on for a half hour. We'll just do that. At least we were successful with, what's his face? Javier's board. Is this Ron's other board? Yeah, here's Ron's other board. I'm just going to take the caps off of this one. Because I need to get my stress out. Let's get some freaking caps off the lousy board. Where's the Flexi Rooney? Plop, 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 plop. This one looks very crusty, unfortunately. The chips by the battery are all sorts of crusty. And the ADB port, ooh boy, Ron. Wait till you guys see this. Look at this. Look at this ADB port. Holy camole. Yeah, that's we're gonna need a replacement. We're gonna need a replacement. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you, Ajax. Look at this is bad. I mean, EGRET chip is growing green. This over here, look at this. Look at this garbage. I mean, it's not Ron's fault, but XADB port. I do have some S-Video jacks, so I could probably solder one on there instead. In fact, they should be in this drawer. Yeah. And then we come over here and talk about a U5 chip. How U5? Look at that. Ugh. And then this poor little U3 chip is all, well. And look at this guy. Look at the green on this one. We could grow a forest in there. Yeah, wouldn't that be freaking hilarious? I'd be crying laughing, because I have a feeling this thing is just going to be like, yeah, it's fine, I work. What's your problem? Squeak. Oh, these smell awful. Ugh, some of these have leaked bad. Ugh. Oh, you can't really see anything because the fan's blocking away. Sorry. You can't really see anything there either. Hold, please. I mean, yeah, I guess that's better than nothing. Oh, my goodness. Why don't you take a photo of the spider and send it to Jay and our group chat? That'll be fun. Because I could watch him scream like a girl, and it would entertain me. Whoa, that was a popper there. It crawled under the desk. Well, now you gotta burn the house down. I'm sorry, that's just the way these... Ah, hot, air, hot. That's the way these things are. Man, this hot air gun is friggin' kicking ass. Like, I'm like so quick with it, the plastic doesn't even melt. I'm a psychopath? Yeah, that's nice. Thank you. Well, I don't have to worry about this ADB port because it's garbage anyway. There we go, well, the caps are off. How about that? Ugh, we need to clean the camera. There we go. A little bit better? No. There. Good as new. Clean this one too while we're at it. That's all streaky. You'll let him stay. That's very nice of you. I got a new air gun a week or so ago. It was all thanks to my patrons. All their support helps me slowly acquire new tools, and it's greatly appreciated. Even those who just, donate $1 a month to me, hey, that adds up. Trust me, it does. Let's have a look at how disgusting this guy is. My goodness. I have to adjust the camera so you see what I see. Do you see what I see? Aboard, aboard. Something, something, something. Let us burn it with a spider. Oh, let's burn it with a spider. But Steve, that doesn't make any sense. Exactly. Got some solder balls, but, oof. 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 Yeah, all those chips are going to have to come off. Oh, gosh. Ooh. Ooh. Well, I'm going to clean this up a little bit, then we'll get the heck out of here, because... yeah. Will I last until the 8th hour? Who knows? I don't know. I'm pretty sleepy. I don't know where I put my scalpel. Should I be using sharp objects at 3 a.m. in the morning? Probably not. Did he do it anyway? Yes, he did. Love to see the YouTube analytics on this one. Oh yeah, look at all that crud. Yeah, that'll wake you up. Yeah, I think this is going to need ultrasonic cleaning before I do anything to it. Oof. That is very true. Why do Mac classics suddenly appear every time I open up my recapping schedule? It's because people leave them in their case too long. On with the countdown. I mean, if I were a betting man, I would say the other board was going to be fine because this one looks like garbage, but we know all the trouble the last one gave us. And it didn't look too bad. Whereas this one looks like it lived in a sewer. I've had battery bomb boards which had less green on them. What would you pay for a mint condition 1.6 GHz G5 tower single processor? Absolutely no more than $20. I could care less about a single processor G5. And just slightly a little more for a dual processor. I mean, I don't know, it's neat and all. It's like the first one, but it's also like the lower end one. I have a 1.8 with a bad power supply, and I've felt like doing nothing to try and fix it because I'm like, it's a single processor. Who the hell cares? Well, anybody who's still watching, you're part of a historic stream, because I hardly ever have the energy, the stamina, or the pure curiosity to last this long. Oh god, these chips look awful. These are absolutely awful. Ugh. Look at all this gunk. Ugh. I mean, this is going in the ultrasonic cleaner, but I'm just like... Yuck, 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 yuck. Bunnies, what are you doing? Don't make me come over there and bring you onto the live stream. I'll do it. Crazy bunnies. Oh boy. What is the silly asking price, Bruce? It has to be a silly asking price for you to be asking. Some of these chips are just in terrible shape. I'm just like, look at this little guy. Like, is there any solder even left there? Like, now I'm just getting curious with this thing. Like, well, yeah, I mean, they're not the most desirable. If you had, like, you know, dual processor one, or something with some cool add-on cards or something like that. I mean, yeah, I could see them being worth a little bit. I think I paid, there was a dual processor, a quad core one. I think I paid like $70 or $80 for it. And I really didn't, I wanted to pay like $50 for it. But it didn't seem to be leaking, so I took the risk and it worked. I'm happy I got it. A little more than I wanted to pay, but sometimes you just gotta bite the bullet and be like, yeah, well, it is what it is. I'll get a better deal another day on something else. You know, it all evens out. You get some great deals, you get some crummy deals. And some people are just insane. They're like, no, it's a Mac Pro. It's like, yeah, okay, buddy. Enjoy getting $400 for a Mac Pro, quote unquote. What am I doing? Still messing with this board? I don't know. Adrenaline? La 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 la, let's see how bad the egret chip is. $171. Oh, that's an insane price. I mean, I get it, different currencies, different availability and such, but I'd be very, very hard pressed to pay over $20 for a G5 like that. You know, just run of the mill, nothing too special G5. Oh boy. Let's clean some of those pads off, I guess. I mean, I don't know what else to do at this point. Boop 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 boop. So Bruce, what time is it over there? Because I'm too lazy to look up. I appreciate all 17 of you still hanging on there. Lowest streaming numbers in a while, but that's also because it's like late, at least where I am. What time is it where you guys are? Please post in the chat. I'd be curious to know. 12:17, 9 a.m. 3 a.m. Tom Computer. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Thomas B. I'm sorry. Lucas. I am sorry. Hopefully you don't have work tomorrow or anything like that. Because my goodness. Hey, look. Some of the green from this ADV port is coming off. Gussie and Olivia, what the heck are you doing over there, you punks? Those are my bunnies. They make a noise because they're silly. But I love them. Got a lot of carbon scoring here. You boys are seeing a lot of action. You working out, you don't care. Don't work tomorrow, but night owl anyway. Same. Clock is 4 minutes off. Early Black Friday shopping. Oh, that's... I didn't shop for anybody. For anything. And if I don't get these boards fixed, it's going to be a lean Christmas. He's joking, right? He's joking. There you go, Apples Anonymous. That's a good one. But let's just put some caps on the damn thing. We're basically there. I mean, why stop now? Why? Let's get these caps on here. This is not a classic. It's a classic 2. Revision A, which means all sorts of crazy, ludicrous caps. We only need 3 47 microfarad. That is insane for a Macintosh. Which is good because I'm running out. 1, 2, 3. I mean, I'm not running out. I need to find the bag that has the rest of them. I only have like 5 left in this bag. Alright, and then we have the 1016s. There you are. How many 1016s? We need 8 of them. My goodness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There you go. Of course, if you don't work, I'm taking your bag. And 250 volts. That's these guys. All right. Yeah, this one better chime. Let's put the 50 volts on first so I don't get confused. That's there and there and there and there. My resume, I should put enjoys fixing puzzles. And then just link to this 8-hour live stream. That kid's got determination. He may be insane, but he doesn't give up. I mean, I do, just not easily. Some people call it stubbornness. Some people call it insanity. Alright, and hey, Dude Fan 20, is it your first time here? If so, hello and welcome. We are almost 8 hours in to whatever this insanity is. Go. Go. All right. Yes, they are big. They have a lot of problems. There were recalls and all this such for them, so, you know, they're not for the faint of heart. I would love a perfect condition working one, but that ain't gonna happen. They had recalls, multiple recalls, when they were freaking brand new. Something with the flyback and the logic board and all this stuff, so... You know, while they would be amazing to have, yeah, no. My father used one when we had our G4 tower, and my goodness, was that an amazing display. But, yeah, it had problems, unfortunately. When it died good. Only a few caps to go. We're just flying through this because that's what we're doing. I think this is the most boards I've ever recapped on a live stream. Not sure, but this is one of the longest streams. We are. I can't see how long we've been streaming for because the window is being covered, but maybe that's a good thing. We're almost at 80 hours, I think. If not, we're over that by this point, but. Right, so let's get the other sides of these caps. Alright, we're almost done here, folks. We are just finishing up putting on caps on this suspicious looking board. It was very dirty and yucky. But, hey, who knows? Maybe this will be a topsy-turvy stream where the board that doesn't look bad causes so many problems. Yet, the disgusting board works fine. Be hilarious. I wish I charged by the hour. Nobody would pay it. Alright, so positive, 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 positive. Nope, I put that cap on backwards. See, I wasn't paying attention because I'm dumb. Yeah, we'll fix that up. That's why you always want to check your work. That is why you always want to check your work. You don't want to make a mistake like that and then make a situation much worse. Alright, so positive, 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 positive. That's where the stripe is pointing. Positive, 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 positive. Sweet. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where's the fifth one go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 caps to go. Now this ADB port is a little toasted already, so we don't really have to worry too much about it. I mean, I'm probably going to have to replace it, but I can hardly operate my tweezers. That's not good. All right. Some of these are just so much of a pain to get to just because of how much plastic and tall things are in the way here. And we're on the last two capacitors here. Needs a little bit of a cleaning. Alright, sorry folks, we are almost, I hope, almost done with this thing for the day. Here goes the last capacitor. 47 microfarad, 16 volt. What do you guys think? Is this pile of flux and rust gonna work? Or are we going to have just as much horrid luck as we did with the previous one? Place your bets, place your bets. Alright, so... Oh my goodness, we're out of focus. I am so sorry. I did not mean to do that to you. But, positive, 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 positive. Checking the polarity. Positive, 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 positive. Cool. Just give it a little scrub, and then we'll turn it on and see what the heck happens. Alright, so we're just quickly trying to dry some things here. And the alcohol will dry and evaporate pretty quickly, but the fan helps. Oh boy. Hey, Javier! I'm unfortunately still awake. I don't know how, but you saved me an email. So your board is working? Yay! We have to bring it through the ultrasonic cleaner. Just make sure that it works after we do our tests and everything on it. But it's looking good. It seems like a happy board. There was a big amount of corrosion on there. But just goes to show you that they can clean up pretty nice if the damage is not too bad. So I'm very happy that... I know it was a big trip for... sorry for the squeak. I know it was a big trip for you to send that board, but I'm very happy you did because we got it working. So, yay! Alright, so we're just airing this one out. This is Ron's second board. And you know what? I'm not even going to say if I have any good or bad feelings about this because I don't know. I don't know. So, ladies and gentlemen, Bruce of Brankus Creations and anybody else who's crazy enough to be staying up, oh my gosh, we've been going for 8 hours and 11 minutes. Still 22 of you here. Well, actually, that rose up a little bit. We had a little less before. This is the moment that you may be waiting for. You're very much welcome, Javier. You're very welcome. All right, so... Bruce, anybody else who's was watching this from the beginning here, we're about to test Ron's second board, which looked to be in worse shape. There's a lot of crud under the chips. I'm not really confident in this having any activity or anything because of that. This needs ultrasonic cleaning for sure. But we're going to give it a test and plug it in. And 3, 2, 1... No chime. But what did we expect? And we get checker bar pattern. Well, kind of, yeah. Very faint, but it's sad. It's very sad. But that's okay. It's doing a little bit better than I would have expected, to be honest. I thought we'd get nothing out of it. But, yeah, this is going to be... a fun one because there's a lot of crud in these chips. I could just see. So this is going to be ultrasonically cleaned. We're probably going to have to take the chips off. I'm going to try it one more time. And now they're even more vibrant. Look at that. How about that? That's going to be the thumbnail of the stream is going to be... where's the camera? Like... Let's get a good thumbnail here. So dumb. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean that could be a number of things. Could be a ROM thing. Could be the egret chip. It could be something just not happy and dirty. But, yep, that's what it's doing. So, that one is going to be a fun nut to crack, I'm sure. But that'll go in the ultrasonic cleaner along with the other two boards. And we'll hopefully get at least one of Ron's boards working again. make us not feel like total failures. But yeah, so this board, this is the second board that Ron shipped, B21461Q1065B, Singapore 630-0401S7. So I don't forget, that is the serial number. That's what the board looks like. There we go. No memory or anything was included. But yeah, so that's that. My goodness. You're off to bed. I'm off to bed. It is late. It is very early. Well, early, late, wherever you are. It's something. But yeah, that's going to be about it. I want to say a big thank you to every single person who stuck around and watched this stream, whether you started at the beginning, took a nap, and then started at the end, or you were here the whole damn time. I think, Bruce, you were here the whole damn time. But my goodness, take care, everyone. Have a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you very much for all the super chats. And likes, subscribes, all that stuff. I'll be releasing a video. There's a preview of it on Patreon. They'll be releasing that in the next few days or so. But Xenoblade Chronicles 2 from the beginning, my goodness. Hats off to you, my friend, and anybody else. I hope they work after cleaning. I sincerely do, but who knows at this point. And I'm going to get some sleep. Hope you guys have a great day. Take care, and see you guys later. And where's the end stream button? I've lost it. 8 hours and 16 minutes. My goodness. But yeah, that's about it. Take care, guys, and have a good one. Sign up to Tinker Different. That's going to be my plug. TinkerDifferent.com. Tinker, Tinker, different.com. It's a forum, brand new community. I'm part of the staff that started it. Bunch of fantastic folks there, so go check that out and sign up. It's a great forum. I post there all the time. It's about Apples or anything, any vintage electronics, computers. Doesn't have to be a Mac stuff. Go check that out. But anyway, that's about it for now. Thank you very much for watching. Take care, guys, and get some sleep, okay? I'm going to try to. All right, bye.